Welcome to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to find you.
Warning, your nemesis. Warning, your nemesis. Warning, your nemesis. Warning, your nemesis.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCSEL Sports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the TCSE Sports League. Welcome to our play day. Welcome to week numero cuatro. There you go. Uno numero cuatro.
That's it. You just got to start singing the song by Offspring, Jay. No, it's cuatro. That's it.
I had to get that in the end. I'm the Eternal Jay. I'm back. Or a sight for sore eyes, apparently, around these parts nowadays. I'm joined by Digital Bacon, of course, here for the action here at the TCS Esports League. How you doing, man? You know, it's been a while.
It has been, we had a week off. It's been 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I think, actually, since because we got Danny covering last time. And I have to say, it's been good. In the UK, we're all out of lockdown now, still got to keep your distance, but the sun is shining, is absolutely feeling fantastic. We're getting into the start of summer at the end of spring, and, just good vibes all around you, ain't it?
And hopefully good vibes for the teams involved in today's matches. Week 4 still very early doors, but we're starting to get already to that mid portion of the season where things could get really interesting. So a chance to take a look at the table so far and see how things have played out. Of all teams, slightly salty are the team that are currently on the top end of the table right now. Of course, Coconuts and Edelweiss are tied up with them at 3-0, but in terms of game difference, slightly salty have only conceded 1 game so far this season, so they're currently sitting at the top end of the table. In the 2-1 portion, we've got Sparks and LetTX in 4th and 5th. Rounding out the top 6 is Ira Legacy, but they're tied with Team Sir at the 7th place position. And in the bottom 3 at 0-3 is Lausanne, My Insanity, and Vision Gaming Economist. So not being the best of times for those guys over on that camp. But I'm kind of surprised to see Lausanne are down there in that in that bottom 4 position, Bacon. I hear there's been some move arounds on the part of that particular team.
Yeah. So Lausanne have not had a good start to the season. They have only, they've taken 4 games, right, from their 3 series. And they're up against Latix, who are actually a very strong side. Our Legacy are continuing with that sort of always a thorn in the side of big teams, continuing on from Arctic last season, now into that Our Legacy name. And then the Swiss Incredible Rebels hit massive last week round. Nukes popped off, and that just gave Melox so much freedom to also just be insane. And then naturally, you've just got RNZ, who is the cornerstone of that squad. He is just the foundation, so consistent. So Lausanne coming into this week are going to make a big change up. And unfortunately, it's one that I don't know is going to be worth it for them, because they're removing Kiva from the squad and bringing in Ira Vela. Now, Stocky and Sapphics love playing with each other, so it's understandable that Kiva's the third man to be the man to be moved. But Ira Vela across the rest of Europe on a squad featuring Onko and Frosty, Damage Inc. had been doing damage in the bubble scene. So it makes sense why he's getting picked up as sort of like, I guess, a band-aid to the squad, but I don't think it's really the full fix they need.
No, it was going to be a difficult thing to decide on what the full fix is going to be anyway, because I look at this and I think that obviously Lausanne really haven't had a great season at all. At least to start things off. Obviously, there's still plenty of time for them to turn their fortunes around, as it is the case for any of the teams involved. But obviously, to be completely overall defeated, losing all their matches, the first game in the first week, you would have thought that would have been an easy victory for them, and you could have argued similar sort of things against the likes of Ira Legacy and maybe against Sir. Obviously, you mentioned the mitigating factors for the Sir side, but yeah, it's still a little bit weird to see, obviously, a stalwart like Kiva being taken away, because, like you mentioned, it feels like the duo is kind of in the sense of Stocky and Sapphics, when I don't really think that making that particular move would have been the correct motion for Lausanne.
Yeah, and it's a weird one considering Lausanne were actually popping off and doing good stuff. They were at a very strong point, near enough matching Edelweiss internationally against the whole of Europe. So this seems more just like maybe a falling out in the squad. I don't know. It's only been the last, say, month where this team hasn't really performed up to expectations, and now this just feels like it's not the worst idea in the world. If the squad's just not giving results, you're gonna have you can either work on it together, come up with a whole new play, or trial out a new member. I mean, when we look at Edelweiss as well, it's a great example in that international state when both Safair and Mirroring split up for that period of time. They weren't getting results together, but as soon as they split up, found their own separate teams under two Edelweiss different names, they got into the RLCS regional, so that's insane back and forth. So now it just comes down to what can Lausanne do now that they've sort of poached Ira Vela onto that Lausanne squad. I'm looking forward to if they face off against, I do believe, is it Vision Gaming, who currently have Frosty there as well, who is Aravella's international teammate on that Damage Inc. side. So I would love to get to see that, like two teammates facing off against each other on the national scene.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting, I think, in that particular rivalry. So when we get to it, it will be an interesting matchup. But in terms of Lausanne, their main goal right now is going to be just sort of remounting themselves and setting themselves up for the for the match ahead, and setting this team ready to get things going, I think, overall. Just to remember that, obviously, they've removed one of their stalwarts, essentially, of this roster. They've removed a player who's been such a staple element of the Swiss scene and of the Lausanne camp in general. What is a team like Lausanne or Edelweiss without a player like Kiva? He's been such a key element as part of this this whole nation. So it's very surprising to see he's the guy getting removed from here. So trying to re-see Iravella in his role or otherwise form up around him as being a completely new direction for the team is what Lausanne are going to focus on in this particular match for me.
Yeah, and he, with the power that Arella has, he's best utilized in the attack, if not as a playmaker, but then also as a striker, that sort of finisher to it. So he's not that defensive power that you want in the back, because Kiva's strong point was always going to be that defense and then quick counters. The real problem sort of came from both Safix and Stocky lingering upfield too long, no one wanting to rotate back into defense when Kiva was out. So here, this feels more closer towards a full send into attack, which could work against the weaker teams. When they start going up against the strongest sides, once again, I don't think that's going to be a fix. I think they're still going to have blatant issues in their rotations. And that's going to be where, your Edelweiss, your Latiques, we've even seen it from the Swiss Incredible Rebels. That's when they're going to get picked apart. And that's scary when you've got a squad that sort of is not thinking about the whole sort of, I want to say scale of Rocket League. They must have played together and it must have worked in ranked, and maybe in a couple of scrims. But scrims and ranked are completely different to competition, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even count ranked results as being a decent factor to weighing up a professional team, even at this kind of a level. The same could also be said for a team like My Insanity. Obviously, they're the team that will be up against the likes of Lausanne in this particular matchup. We haven't had a chance to talk about them yet, so let's talk about them before we jump into the game. They're a team that are also at 0-3, much like Lausanne are, so they're fighting to get their first win on the board for both sides in that respect. This is a team that, I think My Insanity, a lot of people look at them and think that they're now also a stalwart organization as part of the TCS Esports League, now that they've been around for a number of seasons. And when looking at those guys, how are they going to be able to form up and what can they expect coming into this matchup against Lausanne?
For me, when I look at My Insanity, it's just got to be about linking up with one another and working on that team game, because pound for pound, individually, as mechanical players, they're not up to that same level, of course, as Lausanne. So they've got to try and beat them on the team game. They've got to look for those passing plays and look for good pressure. Already a nice little opener. Kara got to look for that pass. That's brilliantly over towards Hyde. This is what I want to see.
Aggression to start things off and kick things off in game one of our best of five as My Insanity get themselves aggressive very heavily forward here, even on the counter attack. When they get some sort of counters in on the part of Lausanne, they will be returned to the backboard. as Arivella moves on with no points to boost. Can steal one away from the corner. Safix crossing to the box as Presley takes it away. We'll try and see if he can act alongside his teammates. Height goes up. Kara gets involved. 100 boost can get stolen by Stocky once again. Sent to the ceiling and back down to the center. Safix and Arivella are looking for rotations because they're expecting there to be some aggression. That'll be pretty simply held together, it seems.
Yeah, so far so good for my Insanity. Look at that. Very cheeky, I love it.
Very cheeky indeed. Kara just sneaking in, crossing into the box, shooting to the back, getting himself a goal in to start things off for my Insanity. Not the best of starts for Lausanne, however. Scrambling to hold that defensive together, and when the third attack came through, it kind of fell apart there. Want to keep your eyes on that third man back. Stocky's going to try and look for a touch, but he's missing all sorts of balls. Zafix trying to cross back to Arivella, but he's way too far back to continue the attack, so it's just counter into the corner here. My Insanity may even go for a second chance. Zafix is good enough to clear that away.
Yeah, Kara with great patience there. Teammates should be in tow to be able to finish this off. Arivella will beat Brezzy to that one, Jay. And here, when you look at how my Insanity are playing, it's going well for them, purely because they're trying to play stable and play a very nice patient game, wait for those open opportunities. They're only going to win these by 1, maybe 2 goals, and they know that, so they've near enough hunkered down and focused on the foundations, which they've taken this perfectly from what I can tell so far.
Arivella with control of the ball. Stocky gets one demo out, can get the 100, going to go for a solo play, set it up towards Safix, but even he misses a touch on the ball. Stocky can follow it up, it's off the backboard. Safix desperate to also nip it in the bud and send that ball in the net, but no, back towards the mid control. The midfield stuff from Safix, back off the corner. Stocky takes it high. Arivella, chance to dunk it down. Finally, we'll get one on the board here for Lausanne. A bit of a difficulty though, they should have had that much earlier.
Yeah, Stocky there, you would expect him to finish it off. But Arivella showing his worth. The reason why he's on this squad is he just keeps calm under all that pressure, under all that chaos in front of his opponent's net and finishes it off. There in those situations, it might be a bit of a scrappy, you know, not the cleanest goal, but it's a goal nonetheless. And I think this is just where Lausanne's got to start looking. Sort of don't take them as the top team anymore, but just look for each goal and keep building, keep getting that confidence back up. And Arivella is coming into this, like we said, off the international scene with buckets of confidence.
Yeah, he has had his moments in the bubble tournament, so let's see whether that carries forward into the TCS Esports League. It's 2-1 on the board. Lausanne have turned around that early lead into one of their own. Arivella continuing to press the issue. Safix, good shot, close on. Stocky's a bit too far forward to continue that aggressive pace and unable to get the shot in. Good touch from Haid, though, receiving that ball off the defensive and in the midfield. He even shoots one to target, but it will not go in. The defensive wraparounds are good enough for the Lausanne side. Arivella off to the backboard here. No further presence to follow it in. Kara dribble this ball close, double commit on the defensive, but no one can punish it for my Insanity. They're playing a much slower paced game.
They are indeed. But my Insanity are handling this well, just looking to keep throwing the ball in front of net, not really going for net, not going for a goal just yet, just waiting for maybe a double commit to come on out. They've definitely been looking over the VODs and seeing that they're getting a little bit greedy over on Lausanne, so just waiting for that opportunity, that mistake, and then sink. But they are a goal down, and well, you can still see the class from the Lausanne squad.
And now 2 goals down, it seems. Stocky crossing so effectively, finally getting his goal in. He's missed a number of touches over the course of this game, so definitely want to be seeing him link things up and get things under control for his part, so that way Lausanne can take that 3-1. Now 2 goals in the lead. My Insanity struggling to maintain them right back. In a similar sort of way, the Lausanne was struggling to regain the lead when they were 1-0 down. Seeming that they've found a little formula here. Safix up towards Stocky, back passing towards Arivella. The demo in of Safix will take Kara out of the defensive, but Arivella up for the aerial dribble, straight in, crossing to the left-hand side. Saves out, Stocky following up, good shot, good save again for Hayes. 60 seconds left and enough to hold this one together, making sure that no other goals can come in. But for the main My Insanity side of the case, is just trying to get over to the attacking half and get something to spoil back a second.
Yeah, and lots of pressure being applied by Lawsan. Mayan Santi moving out of net here, and I don't particularly know why. This to me doesn't make much sense. All three players still clustered together and not doing much. That's going to be one of those you have to go back over the replay to really see what was going on there.
Yeah, a bit of a mess, to be honest. A very messy situation there for MYI. 35 left at the clock as a result of this, probably looking towards a first game to the board of the Lawsan camp at this stage. 3 goals to make up in 30 seconds. It'll be 10 seconds apiece. Have seen it done before, but very, very infrequently. Oh, Bresley's at least going to find one way up, pinching in, sending it to the left-hand side. Safix, no boost left for him either, so it's leaving that one to Fade. Hade up to receive, but this is just all frivolous efforts. 10 seconds at the clock. And My Insanity will concede game 1 to Lawsan. Despite a really fantastic start from this particular team, it's Lawsan that looks to break their defeated streak so far in the league. And this is the start, this is the first step towards it.
And we've got to take in the context here. Whilst we love the My Insanity side, of course, like, we didn't think we were going to be seeing Kara this season, did we, Jay? You know? And you have to take into the context of Lawsan at the moment were expected to be contenders for the trophy once again, and they've had an abysmal start to the season. My Insanity on the opposite end were a team that was sort of scrapped together a little bit last minute, and their expectations are probably to be fighting for survival. They're looking to not get 10th. They're looking to try and make 7th, 8th, and 9th, and then, you know, stick it out against the teams that make it through the Challenger Cups and being realistic about it. Lawsan here on the back foot, but they've finally got a week where they should be able to build up that confidence again.
Yeah, I feel like you're onto something in that respect, but the confidence really has not been showing from My Insanity's part of things for my money. Like, they got to try and build up something of their own right. You know, for Lawsan, I wasn't sure what we were expecting coming into today due to the recent roster change, so at least they have relied on Iravella to deliver, and his appropriate goals have come through for the Lawsan side. Safix also had a good game of his own with 2 goals to his name, and always a prodigy. I always talk about Safix in such a glowing light. Let's see if he'll be able to continue the efforts alongside his team. He has got first dibs on the ball, maintaining control, using a slip reset as appropriate, sets it up for Iravella, but Hade is there to block it off at the very last hurdle. A good effort, though, from the Lawsan side. They get it as far as they did. Stocky becomes the finishing element as he threads the needle past all the defensive and gets the first goal in.
Yeah, that challenge from Brezzy was just well read by Iravella going for the pass. Brezzy is blocking off route to net, which, let's face it, is never going to be what Iravella goes for there, Jay. Either he's going to try and push it in the corner for a bounce out or into the backboard for that bounce out pass towards Stocky, or he's going to go straight to him. And Brezzy's going in between, so he's not cutting out really any proper angles, and that's just a read of the game issue. And when we look at it, you know, Brezzy and Hade, this is their first like fully fledged season onto a main roster in the TCS, so they are going through the learning steps, whereas on the opposite end, we've got seasoned veterans here, don't we?
Yeah, that we do. And you can expect those veterans to use that veterancy to their effect. I say that, Safix makes a crucial miss. That's going to be a goal attempted by Bresley, and almost got landed right there. Stocky just lucky enough to get himself back in time. That easily could have been a goal right there for MYI. It's back up into the midfield as they challenge against the Lawsan side. Safix back in the corner, has Stocky rotating around. Hade will get that one challenge, and he's running out of boost though. Can take it in close, but can't feed it to Carry. He'll try desperately to maintain presence over the ball, beating out one player, flicking, missing out on the second, so not to be on the second man. But still they contest, still they challenge as much as is possible.
Yeah, and it's got to be said, a lot of points. My Insanity are up to par, but it's just good read from Brezzy there to block it on out. It's just the finishing that needs to be picked up. You can see here, okay, fair enough, it was a slow ball. That's a good connection, but Hade does not have the boost to follow up for that. So the ball really needs to be put down into the corner, doesn't it, Jay? So that they can then build up. It's not going to be as quick to come onto the counter. And those are just the little corrections which My Insanity are going to have to make, and they're only showing themselves really now because they're going up against a team that has played at the top. We've got to remember the RLCS and the RLRS quality that Stocky has. He still, you know, wears sometimes an MLG badge. Right now, he's got Season 2 of the RLRS being shown.
Yeah, he is a veteran in the purest sense of the word, unless you're counting the SART BC players, but I digress. Actually, did he play SART BC? I don't remember if he did.
I can't remember. But you got to think, that's a lot of people that moved over from PS3 to like PS4 and PC. So a lot of names changed. Like, it took me 3 years to work out that Cronova is someone I used to play with every now and then. Like, that was a weird thing. It's because he used his dad's gamer tag. So that's why.
Well, discussion about SART BC aside, 2 minutes to go, and we are 1-0 up for Lausanne. Pass from Stocky to Iravella, may go up a little bit more, and Stocky receives it again. Carroll with a great block, Iravella with an even better follow through, and that's 2 to the board of the blue side.
And this is a beautiful play, like straight up passing play, and then Iravella to just finish it off with, again, a lot of calmness. He's working out when to take those risks to full send it downfield with all 3 players, because that's still a major issue. That's got to squeeze it. Kara has just been cheated. Brezzy, thank the Lord that you were there to finish that off, because this deserved it. What a shot from Kara.
This is off the post as well. Didn't even bounce off one of the defenders. It literally was just a post shot. The crossbar hit to the 1 now of My Insanity. Still 1 to make up against Lausanne, so we're about where we were about 30 seconds ago.
No.
That falls in a dangerous spot. Presley just gets back there in time. But you don't want to be seeing kickoffs like that go against My Insanity. They've been struggling consistently over the course of this matchup to maintain the pace against Lausanne. Presley receiving a ball up here will try and get the attack going, and we're starting to see a bit more aggression, a bit more of a faster pace, and playing into the blue half for the My Insanity side. Got 1 minute and 30 to turn this single goal around, and with an attack set up by Stocky, they can't afford to let him get past them.
Yeah, and that's what My Insanity needs to just put them over the edge right now to be able to go evens with Lausanne is the confidence, because Lausanne came into this series, you know, going and getting a hold of their big brother, being bullied in the TCS 0-3, and they've just gone and got their big brother in to help them on out. Sort of a bit unfair in a lot of sense, it feels like, that last second sub. But My Insanity would have come into this game maybe with plans against the previous squad with Kiva in it, because we know Carry can formulate good plans. We've seen it on the Swiss Incredible Rebels as well as Vision Gaming alongside both Stocky and Safix last season, Jay. So Carry's going to be the one coming in with setting the pace, setting the tone as the captain. But we've seen the skill that Presley has, and Hale is a very consistent playmaker middleman. So this squad does have all the pieces in play. It's just making sure that they're a well-oiled machine.
And trying to find the confidence as well. Some of their touches have been lackadaisical. The shooting, meanwhile, is so accurate from Safix and Co. One more that almost went into the back of the net. Kara contesting on the backboard. Presley's also there. Stocky to receive, put it back down into the center. Is there a chance? Is there one more goal or at least one more attack? Kara's going to hunt for it. Iravella takes it high and far away from Presley's position. Safix will follow it all the way into the white half. It does pinch off the backboard and almost into no man's land. Actually, Kara and Hayde keep this alive. Bounce to the corner. Second touch keeps it high. Right into Kara's position. No! Stocky just blocks it at the last hurdle. It's still kept alive. Presley back in. Kara's got to readjust, but Iravella takes that truly into no man's land. No one's going to get to that ball. But again, My Insanity not dropping anything until the very last moment here.
No, and that's now 2-0 in favour towards Lausanne. My Insanity, they've just got to look into this one. You can see both teams have got players not instantly readying up, and My Insanity just got to have fun with this, Jay. They've got to look, just sort of go at it and go, we played a great game today. We're this close to My Insanity. Let's just go out there, play our game, and enjoy what we want to put down. Let's not worry about our opponents too much, and let's just work for good team plays with each other.
Team players will be the most clinical element, I think, for this side. Of course, they've got an established duo in Lausanne with a ridiculous third man there to join them. So for this side, obviously, we're looking at a situation in which, you know, My Insanity have got to draw up a similar sort of line in order to contest. You mentioned they had the pieces, but haven't had a whole lot of time to really make it form around them here. So let's see whether game 3 can end up being a bit more of a positive element for them. Right now, they are 2-0 down, though. Lorsan about 5 minutes away from winning the series. Can Mind Sanity stall it, delay it, or turn on the reverse sweep? We'll have to find out.
Did I see if we had predictions going on in Twitch chat or not? If it's a not, Jay, we need to get Zonorous on that, because I'm pretty sure, like, right now, I would love to know.
I think the predictions will be a little bit one-sided considering where we're at in the series right now. So
I would just love to know, like, those stats and the chances for, you know, the wildcard pick and the turnaround.
Will there be a reverse sweep? Answers on a postcard or in the Twitch chat if Zonorous can get off his arse and sort that out at this page. Ball into the blue half. Haid out of the corner. Bresley will bounce out to the center line, but there will be no such shots coming in for the Might Insanity side. Haid will try press the issue. Stocky is going to back passive. Kara also in position, setting it up for Bresley thanks to the challenges. He almost gets bumped straight into the ball's path, but Safix takes control of this and maintains the defensive for the moment for Lorsan. Ball sent back as Stocky comes up, takes it off to the backboard, trying to redirect it, but it's not really going to happen. The counter-attack not being as effective, but at least Lorsan look a bit more confident than Mind Sanity do.
I mean, you would expect that through and through, but Mind Sanity able to hold up pressure here, and it's a good sign. They've just got to put it into a good position to finish it off, because it's always been met by a man who's bringing it in close for those 50-50s or kept to the corner. There's not actually been any threatening shots put on target, Jay.
Oh, Safix dribbling up but can't get it right in the back of the net. Iravella also contesting against Haid. Stocky bounce out to the sideboard. Kara comes up alongside Haid. Safix trying to contest but won't go so far with it. Demo in on Stocky's part, and Kara goes back down to pinch in. He can't do much, however. That ball sent off to the corner as Iravella moves on. No points to boost. Trying to get it back into the box, and he can contest alongside Safix, who comes in right behind him. Right behind, all three players get those touches up. No one finds the clear, and that got really dangerous for a moment. Iravella continues to hold presence and try throwing the defensive off. Finally, a clear comes in. Kara couldn't receive the ball's touch to a shot. Haid will come off the sideboard, though, and attempt to challenge Safix, even though he's completely beaten. Safix takes it underneath another, but Brezzy just gets his touch in.
And Brezzy actually controlled that 50-50 so well, forcing it down to the corner. So instead of trying to win it out and push it into the opposite side of the pitch, he's got better chance by directing where that's going to bounce off behind him. So pushing it into the corner there, where he can see there's not going to be a second man to follow up from his opponents. He's not entirely sure about his teammates, but he's making a calculated risk, and it's a very nice one to take. I really appreciate that play.
Stocky dribbling, taking this one up high. Haid looking to bounce back, taking it off the backboard instead. Kara, and with a defensive officiated. Stocky still gets the demo in. Iravella goes for a dunk down chance, sets it up for Safix instead. And at long last, Lorsan can break the cycle, break the deadlock, and find themselves a lead.
So many skills on display here. Not only the pinch from Iravella, but the follow-up, the read, and then the pass off the backboard for Safix is crazy. And whilst, again, I don't think the biggest issues for Lorsan are fixed here, Jay, they're at least playing with a lot of confidence. Again, you've got to take it into context with the opponent they're going up against. But Iravella has had a cracking display here today, hasn't he?
He has. Stocky passing off towards him because he knows that he could easily score this goal, and he damn well does it. 2-0, and this Lorsan looks so much better than a team that's 0-3. 2-0 up instead, might go 3-0 instead in this series and get their first win of the TCSE Sports League.
And that just is purely because of the caliber of teams in the TCSE Sports League, Jay. You're right, this looks better than the team that is 0-3, but the teams all here playing are better than teams that go 0-3, and the ones they faced off against them in the early stages, just it felt more like the passion was on display there, like they wanted it more. Lorsan coming in with not only big expectations, but a bit too much confidence, a bit too much, oh, we're big, we're going to get that, when really the other teams were ready to cause those upsets.
Well, bump out of Safix takes Kara away. We've got Haid up to the backboard that is going to get pinched away by Stocky and Iravella. So they hold their confidence at the back line this time as Iravella looks for his chance to shoot. He won't be able to get that taken away before he gets the ball touch in. 60 seconds remain for Mind Sanity to return a counter-attack or for Law Sanders to take this game outright. It's ball off to the corner. Iravella touches it up, takes it high and wide. No goals to be found though. Iravella will still hunt for it and actually doesn't even need that second touch. His challenge pinched in by his opposition and that will seal the game.
Oh, that's an unlucky one, but Iravella nonetheless putting on very threatening touches as he was going to bounce off the wall back for himself and then go for the shot. It basically just sped up the motion for him with the opposition stepping on in, but I guess that's also a clear issue, as Mind Sanity have been quite easy to read, and that's largely how their opponents in Lausanne have worked around them, Jay.
Haid, ooh, with a good shot, a little bit too far wide, however, Kara tees it up. Rezi's going to try bump players out of the way. But with that clear, that probably seals this one as a done deal for game 3. And a 3-0. I mean, any goals brought out here by Mind Sanity will be consolation prizes, but I have my doubts. Kara having Safix and Stocky take control of this ball, return back over to the white half of the field and just play around this offensive line. A clear is good, but not good enough, as Lausanne will look to take the 3-0 in this game and the 3-0 in this best of 3. Definitely a better showing than their previous league play days, and well, Iravella looks like a promising pickup for this squad.
I was going to say that he does. They feel a team rejuvenated. But again, you've got to look at it. Is it because they've gone up against a team that's also 0-3 instead? When you look at Latiques, currently sitting 5th right now, 2 wins to 1 loss. When you look at the Swiss Incredible Rebels, they got their only win up against them. So maybe that's a little bit more of the proof in the pudding. But then also our Legacy sitting there, 1 win, 2 losses. So a lot of these teams sitting higher above them. Who knows what it's all about? And I think this is going to be one where we can't make the change, the full judgment on this change to Iravella just yet. By week 6, give 2 more weeks, we'll be able to see, so that we can equate it as 3 series and 3 series. But Iravella next time around has got Vision Gaming Economists, and then you've got Spark. So Vision Gaming again should be another fairly easy on paper. They should be winning that game, but Sparks are looking hot this season. They're looking super good. Currently sitting 2-1 with a positive of 4 games in their favor. So that for me, if Lausanne can beat Sparks, Iravella was a good change. If they don't, then there's very deep-seated issues here.
Well, I mean, that's all the results for all the matches we have to see in next week's action. For today, though, they're coming away with a big win to get their season started with their first win on the board. Mind Sanity will now be down as the next, completely winless side. Is that the right word? Winless, unwinned. Yes. No, they'll be down at 0-4 now on the board for the last place position, and they better hope the Vision Gaming lose their matchup if they want to try and stay away from the bottom end of the board, because Lausanne have just gotten a very good result, I think. This is a really good result for them, and they'll be very happy with a simple 3-0 above their opposition. Again, Iravella looks really good and well seated in this team, and whilst it doesn't look like the most amazing Lausanne we've ever seen, it does look like a roster that can compete. And we will get to hear from Iravella as well after this short break, so do not go anywhere, as the TCS Esports League will continue after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're joined by Aravella, the newest pickup for Lausanne, who's just managed to take a big victory for his team. 3-0 against Mind Sanity. I want to start by talking about that roster change, actually, just to understand where things came from your perspective. You know, how did this whole thing come about, and why did the guys choose you from your perspective?
Well, from what I know, they chose me because, you know, I'm just the best Swiss player around that's not in the team yet. So, I mean, why not pick me up? But yeah, they had some issues, I think, with winning games, and I'm known for winning games. So they messaged me and told me, yo, Riff, we're kind of struggling. Can you help us out? And of course, I like to help out Swiss people and Norwegian people, or I'm not sure if he's Norwegian. Is he Norwegian? Suffix. And so I joined.
Yeah.
Isn't that all the same anyway?
It's roughly
Same
the same
colours,
features
I
of
guess, on the flag.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll go with that. Anyway, well then, why are you only joining into TCS for this season anyway? Right now, why was there not a team for you at the start of the season? Can you maybe divulge upon that? I mean, you've got a great pickup here in Lausanne. Don't get me wrong, but why didn't we see you back in week 1?
So the thing is, I didn't really want to play TCS because I have a lot of other stuff going on as well. So I didn't want to have a complete overload of doing Rocket League and studying on the side, because I'm also in another team where we play internationally. So I thought, all right, let's keep it a little bit slower. Let's not do too much. So I said, I'm not going to play TCS. And now it just kind of worked out anyway, because they were looking for somebody. And yeah, now I'm here again.
Well, in that respect, how high is TCS on your priority list then? Because I mean, you've got an international roster already. You're currently competing in those circuits. You know, like how much time are you going to get to perform with the Lausanne side? What's the practice regimen going to be like for you guys?
So we haven't talked about this in detail yet. What I expect is that we play probably like once or twice a week next to TCS. But you know, I'm not gonna. I don't know any details yet. We're just working those out at the moment. But yeah, the priority is, of course, not this team, but the other team that I've been playing with for almost a year now. So that's still going to be my priority for the time being. But I'm going to invest as much time as I can into Lausanne as well. Don't get me wrong.
So off the back of that, then, curiosity from me, when was it that you got the message from either Stocky or Safix about joining the squad? Like, it sounds like this was quite a recent thing.
Well, I don't know what they want me to tell you, but it was a really quick and, well, yeah, probably, I could check. Let's say a week or a bit more ago.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
But you know, we're great
the,
players, great at adapting. We don't need that much time.
Could have messaged you 2 seconds ago and it would have been absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
Regardless,
that's it. I was expecting like this was just, you know, this weekend gone where they've made the decision. That's it.
Of course.
Well, listen, seeing as you're now in place for what seems to be a relatively permanent amount of time, I won't hold you to that or touch wood on that respect. But you guys will be up against the Vision Gaming squad next week. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that matchup, on that team, and what you're going to be doing to prepare for that game.
Oh, well, Vision Gaming is an interesting one because I expect Frosty to play there. And we kind of teaming internationally, Frosty and I. So, yeah, I hope that's not going to be a problem. But, yeah, of course, we're going to get to know each other a little bit with how we play. I think it worked really well today as well, but we're going to find out some little things so we don't, you know, give away open nets and stuff like that. We're going to keep working on that, of course.
Well, we'll look forward to see how well you guys will work on that coming into that Vision Gaming series. For now, though, you guys have taken a very solid 3-0 win, completely undefeated against Mind Sanity, and with your first win in the TCSE Sports League. Aravella, thank you so much for joining us here, and good luck in your matchup next week. And we'll also get to see how the Vision Gaming side will do in their matchup against the Coconut, which is coming up next on stream. Do not go anywhere. The TCSE Sports League will continue after the break.
I'm grooving. Yes, I'm grooving.
Diese Season ist vieles anders, aber vor allem, dass wir gewinnen werden.
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're getting into our second match of the day between Vision Gaming Economist and Coco Nutters. Now, obviously, we talked in great depth about how we have three teams in the bottom end of the table that are completely, winless at the moment. They don't have any victories on the board. Lausanne have broken away from that group, but now Vision Gaming Economist will try and look to do the same, and against the squad that are the polar opposite of that squad. They are second in the league. Vision Gaming are very last in the league. So we're talking about two teams that are definitely going to be on very polar opposites and different ends of the spectrum when it comes to objectively ranking where these teams are in Switzerland. So just on the basis, I'm going to go with my predictions already to the Coconuts at 3-0 because they do look like a monstrous team so far.
Oh, that they are. I mean, the pickup here where we've already seen, Texo, Yagi, and Dead Monster are the main three. We've got Classic there as a sub who's already had to step in, and then Rob Kieran as well from Ireland stepping on in. Like, these, if you look at this squad, this is like a star-studded six-man's team, right? So for them to all just make it here into Coconuts, continuing that legacy of Coconuts are just the best of the best. They might not play and scrim, week in, week out, but they are ranked warriors, the top of Rocket League, and we know them from their success internationally with both Yagi, Dead Monster, and Rob as well. Texo and Classic, more keeping internally, but within Switzerland, they're just a powerhouse squad. Yagi as well, right? So Coconuts are always going to have that name now, and it feels so silly after, back when Texo joined alongside Destro as the Coconuts, that Coconuts are always going to be in a shout for a top two finish. Last season was actually, I guess, a bit of a disappointment, where they dropped early. They only made it fourth. Again, dropped to the Vision Game Vegas side, and then Vision Game getting dropped by Lausanne. So I think Coconuts this season are going to be trying to just go with sheer horsepower. They are looking to be the muscle cars of the TCS Esports League.
Well, when you consider how close these guys have gotten to being champions in the past, and when you consider that they were odds on to be the champions of the, or not champions, but at least the second place, one of the top two teams in last season's final playoffs, you look at this team and you think that the next step for them is trying to see if they can actually go and win the title against a team like Edelweiss, for example. So I look at this and I think to myself that these guys are hunting for that particular position. Right now, they're coming into the league swinging. They're doing absolute damage. They are taking as many names as possible, taking some very simple series. Is the only team that they're behind the table on is down to game difference by like a single game or so. So that's all it is to them. Like, the margin of difference is going to be so different difficult. So it's going to be so small between them and the top place team. So they're aiming for first place. They're aiming to try and take the title away from Edelweiss, and we'll see whether they can do that here against the Vision Gaming squad. As we kick things off into game number 1 of our series, Coconutters in the black half and Vision Gaming, of course, in the beautiful red. It does look really nice on Coliseum as well. I really, I mean, hell, even the black color with the bricks, that looks really, really sick. I like this.
I'd imagine the 14-year-old Emo J is like kicking out inside of you right now, because
Mate,
this is like
24-year-old Emo J is having an orgasm right now, just straight up.
It does look good. It's very edgy, and Yagi, so close to pulling that off. And we expect more of these highlight reel plays from Coconuts because they've got that in them. But this is the first time, I do believe, Jay, we've been able to see the full main roster come out and play.
We'll see how that will affect them here. Can they pull one out of the hat? Right now, the aggression is favourable to the Coconut side as they've gotten the most shot opportunities. Texo with one more to add to the tally. It's blocked off by Joku, so not going to happen for him. Splash taken away by Yagi's part as he dribbles up to the ceiling, goes for his own flip reset shot. Taken away by Nessie. So he gets a save in and clears back to the other side of the field. Den Monster blocks it. Texo puts it in for Yagi to receive. It will go into one of the Vision Gaming players. Vaxov trying to send it in towards Den Monster. The ball out towards the corner, turned away from Nessie off the backboard once again. And Texo beats another player in the midfield line, so he can wrap around and just maintain control here. Set up for Yagi. Open net as the last player is baited, and it shall be an opening goal for Coconutters.
Oh, and a beautiful one at that. Just a solid outplay from Texo. The pass so crisp on over. It's not goal of the week contention, Jay, we know, but that's just like a very mild goal for Coconuts, but it's still class.
More class goals being set up for Texo's part. He's all the way on the backboard, ready to receive that ball and try and go for a zero-angle goal. Dead Monster that takes us away from the black defensive. It's Yagi and Texo, passed and intercepted instead by Nessie. And Chocorino can get the goal back to return for the Vision Gaming Economist.
Yeah, Joku just here, perfectly picked up by Nessie, and he can finish it off. Fuzzy wheels as well. I don't know how I feel about that. They were really distracting there, I'm sorry.
It's all good. See, that's all you need to do to distract Bacon from all your mistakes, is just have fuzzy wheels! Have fuzzy plays
The
as
fact
well.
that could be goal of the week, and it's just fuzzy wheels! Oh, I love this so much. I've missed TCS. Oh.
He took it underneath one defender and just carried it all the way. Fuzzy play, though, because I didn't even realise that was being set up until the shot actually came through. 2-1 to the board. Coconut is right back in the lead.
To be honest, with current slang, I wouldn't be surprised if, hey, that's pretty fuzzy. It's like a good thing these days, you know? Oh, that's a good thing as well. Crisp connection on over. Dead Monster looking to finish it off. But Splash, what a read. Can he run it? Nessie going for a fake, I guess. But Splash, blocked out. Good read by Texo.
Jeez, that got way too close. I've seen a lot of big commitments from the Coconut side, which got me a little bit concerned because, well, that's the perfect chance for Vision Gaming to get behind the line and score an easy open goal. You can see how they're trying to play this to the ground central ball control style with Splash going for shots and Yagi taking the defensive. Joku also going to be denied out towards that corner. Big miss. Nessie challenging on one. Dead Monster, 43 points of boost. Going to try to defend against Splash, but he misses the touch, and the clear can come through. Yagi can chase downfield, got one to beat. Nessie will still challenge, so it will not be a shot.
It won't. Dead Monster. Oh, was trying it for the second touch. Just pop it into the top right, and there he's got no one stepping forward, so he's going to go for the goal. And you can see it's already rotated all the way back to defense. Played that perfectly. Noticing that they're not able to really keep the pressure up, so an all-round the well play is just the perfect decision, and they have pulled apart the Vision Gaming side.
Yeah, Dead Monster with this pinch out. Of course, the demo in on one of the forward defenders, and the second man trying to rotate back with the third already being far out of net. 3-1 now for the Coconut side. And speaking of fuzzy, this game has been a little bit fuzzy. I didn't even realize they were this high up. Like, this has been a wondrous display of confidence from the Coconutters. It's ball off the backboard. I can't be too surprised that they have been able to show such a level of impressiveness, but even then, Texo, the backboard pinch in. Dead Monster couldn't receive the shot in time. It's out to the defensive line as Yagi takes that off the sideboard. Splash contesting, back down, 10 points of a boost. Trying to pass in a Dead Monster again, but can't score the 0 angle this time around.
I don't know if I've been disrespecting Vision Gaming or not, Jay, because they've super impressed me today. Just, they look like they've used the 2-week break and absolutely grinded it on out, because they look revitalized right now.
A good bump play from Splash especially is going to turn that goal around and destroying the defensive of Dead Monster, the only player left in net. So they have kept it going, you know, even though it did look like a bit one-sided. This has still been a very close game. Vision Gaming, 45 seconds to score one more goal and bring game one into overtime perhaps, or maybe even go further than that with a follow-up. Dead Monster is the man that has the ball for the moment though. 5 points of boost, we can't go far with it. We'll beat that first, not quite that second. Splash, Yagi turns it off, sets it up for TCSEL, and there's no one in the defense for that one for the Vision Gaming side at all. So no need for a bump from Coconutters as they reinstate the 2-goal lead.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit. The jump out there, the last man coming into the corner, really needed to wait for that pass to come across because he's got no one to support him, so you need to buy as much time as possible. Even if you make the save and it's just a slow one going up into the air, you've bought enough time for another man to come step on in and help you on out, and you rotate to being the second choice. Just Vision Gaming, like I said, whilst looking impressive and revitalized, they are playing up to what the Coconuts want to do. They'd be better to slow it down, Jay.
You can see the fast-paced aggression that continues coming in for the last 10 seconds to stall for time. So I think you're right about that, because we've seen how when they just take it a bit more methodically, when they just take the ball into their own control and slow the pace to a crawl, is when they do the best against this Coconut side. I mean, in fact, they're even going to get a chance at a goal right here, thanks to that style of play. Denied by the defensive line, and Texo will go for one final goal. Oh, off the crossbar, not quite, but that's still a game for Coconutters. They can be happy with that.
That they can, and as we said, it is just they've got to try and take control, because when they're working the ball with each other, they are looking pretty confident on it. It is just at that high pace that there's no issues for Coconuts. They're used, like when straight up you look at Dead Monster, right? The Italian has been on some of the best teams in the world, and Yagi, you know, that season in the rival series, Texo is consistent as all hell. I'm looking at that team and going, Texo's the best player there because of that consistency. You're going to have to do so much to beat this squad, and that just straight up means that you've also got to try and halt them from wanting to play their own game. So slowing it down is good. This is just a little slip up.
That was a really silly miss from Texo.
Yep.
And that cost him. I mean, he did type in quick chat faking, so he realizes how much he messed up there. But that's a start for Vision Gaming here. And if they can maintain it, then maybe we see a game on our hands, especially with the kickoffs going this way. What is going on with this Dead Monster barely getting back? No one went for that touch, or appropriately so. Yagi trying to see if he can maintain control of the counter-attack. Texo again off the backboard. Dead Monster caught in the midst of that play to adjust to try and save the offensive. Puts the ball off the backboard, but a slow one means an easy adjustment from the backboard player. Yagi leaving it for Texo. Shoots blocked by Splash. Follow-up from Dead Monster. Does go in the back.
So much pressure and aggression being applied here. Yagi not getting a touch, but Texo bringing it on close. All eyes on Yagi, and so when Texo hits that last second, everyone from Vision Gaming is lucky they use a last second touch on the ground because they can then react to that. But the problem is they've triple committed into it, Jay. It's that panic response, and then they've got no second answer.
Texo here with control out, leaving the ball. Pass back from Yagi to Dead Monster. Texo to receive this one, so they're back up for Dead, but Splash. Let's control the ball. Texo comes up. Dead Monster in with the receive. Ooh, almost getting a really good shot, but it's a little bit too high. So bounce on the crossbar goes back into their half. Yagi here with control. Great dribble, great control, but not able to feed it all the way in towards the net. Splash can hold that defensive. Dead Monster back into the shot, receiving. And they are getting some really good passing plays, but they're just too far back to make them connect towards the net. Oh,
Oh, Yagi was expecting a touch from Texo, and so just couldn't position himself. Again, no boost. That cut across.
Got there in the end. Dead Monster passing into Yagi. Like you mentioned, cutting it across. Dead actually stole the goal away, so Yagi's got reason to be annoyed at his teammate, but I digress.
I'm surprised he got credited for the ghost here. It was needed, otherwise it would probably hit into the back of the player. But I'm just so surprised. That is so odd on the replay. What a shot! Go on, Nessie!
But no defensive to hold off against it. See Yagi breaking away and going upfield, expecting again for Texo to get a touch in. He's missed 2 of those now from that back corner. So this needs to be a bit of a pickup from him. He can't afford to be making mistakes like that, because Vision Gaming are making it a competitive matchup. 2-all at 3 minutes and 20. Joku and Splash getting involved. Demo in all against one, beating out onto another. And after that, right-hand side for Splash's control.
I just saw in chat as well from Carbo. Why is this so close? Because Vision Gaming are giving it 110%, but on the opposite side. Oh, this is just filthy from Dead Monster. The little touch
that
here,
might be
jumping off the ceiling, and then just into the ground. That is nuts.
That's going to be my Goal of the Week nomination already. I'm going to put that up for the review, because that was a really, really good play from Dead Monster. 3-2 to the board now. Coconutters having themselves a major advantage at this stage, but only a goal differential. It should really be 2 or 3. Texas going to try hunt for that second goal. Getting it to Dead Monster in the end. Splash is going to go up for the offensive from the ceiling. Going to leave this for Yagi instead. Take that ball off to the corner. Follow up from a second man. Dead Monster finds the clear. Yagi can receive the ball. Go for the offensive here with a dribble play. Backboard touch. Texo in to drop it down and get that fourth at halftime as well.
Just such a solid sequence coming out here. Yagi, brilliant little setup, and Texo, perfect in the position, knows where to be, has been guided to the ball by Yagi, and that is team play through and through, and something that we've sort of needed a lot from Coconutters. In previous seasons, it was always big banger plays, like with very long passes. You know, when we saw Zeno and Classic unite with each other, but that is just such a clean and concise passing play using the backboard that it's going to just work.
As if he set that ball up. What is that? Perfect positioning, rolling it off the crease. Dead Monster couldn't have read that ball, and Vision Gaming continuing to elevate. I don't know how they keep doing this. 4-3 to the board. 2 minutes to the clock, and Coconuts have found a way to always respond towards it. You can see Yagi going for the musty flick. Dead Monster also off the ceiling, leaving it for Texo instead, coming up with this ball control, going in for the dribble, and getting that 5th back for the Coconut side.
This game is just crazy. I absolutely love it. Texo there, go for the flip reset, and just how he clings onto that ball is crazy to me. There's no bounce off, purely because the rotation of his car around it is pristine. Dead Monster's going to get... Oh, I was scared he was getting a kickoff goal there. 6-3 at this point would be crazy.
That would be... I mean, it's been a lot of goals coming in from both sides here. A lot more from Coconutters, but Vision Gaming have found their own impressive moments. Yagi left to control this one against Splash. Beats him. Nessie contests. Texo will maintain it. Splash put back out. Dead Monster takes it away. Nessie off the sideboard. Texo with control, blocking off one. Nessie still able to get in past the majority of the players, but 2 players in the back able to hold contention. Texo now here with control. 60 points of boost. Challenging onto Joku. Bounce out from the corner. Perfectly set to the center line. Yagi is unable to take the shot, though. He can only put it off the backboard. Follow up from a teammate. Eventually, Texo slips it past the line. Gets a hat-trick. The second hat-trick as well by Coconut's players. Dead Monster has also had 3 as well. And 6-3 to the board for the Coconut side.
Is slowly just stepping away from Vision Gaming, Jay, and I hate to see it so much, purely because this game has been close at points, And Vision Gaming are playing their hearts out, but as I said before, they're not playing the right game. They're playing a very good game, but it's just not going to be the one that beats their opponents, because when you look at Coconutters, you can see it just from how they're playing, that they're being given way too much freedom.
Ball in, out to the corner. Dead Monster. This ball off to the backboard. Nessie meeting that ball's out to the backline. 30 seconds left. Splash up and over to the backboard, contending in. Nessie flicks back, does not go for the shot. And Texo to Yagi in the next one. Continuing with the attacking force back over towards the corner play. 13 seconds left, and it's all just time stalling tactics here for the Coconutters side, with the final countdown ensuing, and a 2-0 up for the Coconutters camp. Now on match point against Vision Gaming, who have kept this close, but Coconut has always been a couple of steps ahead, it seems.
That they have. Yagi just quickly leaving, probably going to restart his game or change car. But one thing that I can't wait to see if we're going to get close competition in, Jay, is the halftime show, my dude. Today, I've heard that we might have a little bit of like a Red Bull Air Race style event going on down. So if you guys at home want to partake in that, want to grab a slice of the 6,500 Rocket League credit pie, make sure to put hashtag halftime into Twitch chat, and then you might just get selected to partake.
Don't worry, I thought it was exclamation mark halftime as well. So don't worry, I was under the belief for that. I think you can also sign up for the Challenger Cups as well. I think there's a command for that. I think it might be exclamation mark Challenger if you want to get details on how you can potentially compete in the next season of the TCS Esports League. So make sure you get yourself signed up for that. The Challenger Cups are coming up, I think, in the next a month or so. So got a bit of time, but if you have yourself a majority of 2 Swiss teammates, then you can get yourself a chance to compete at Switzerland's highest level of Rocket League competition. But for now, we get back into the action here between the Coconuts and Vision Gaming Economist, and Dead Monster scored another banger. First to the board with the black half.
Great little pass across from Texo. Dead Monster, such a clean hit off the backboard, and then just cutting it across into the net. You can't ask for much more. Defense, they've got to be able to read that at such a fine level, where the first hit from Tex over to Dead is just, that's not going to be picked on up. You just can't respond quick enough to that. You've just got to try it and then get your car in front of Dead Monster afterwards, so that when he connects with that ball, he's going to be hitting it on into you, and you're forcing a 50-50 there. That's the only real way that Vision Gaming would have been able to save that.
And the ball up for Dead Monster, passing this into the center line. Nessie turn it away. Yagi has the ball up on the ceiling. Bounce out of the corner. Texer with a miss. Chance for Joku now. Sets off the backboard. Splashes way too far back, but Yagi takes a whiff. So does Texo, but Dead Monster is there in the net to make sure that it's defended still. Wrapping around here with 30 points of boost, continuing to contest, beaten up by 1. Dead Monster up and over. Now down to Texo, who just can't find the opportunity. Despite Coconut's real good offensive efforts, the final hurdle has been a difficult one to jump.
It has, and in some ways, Vision Gaming are getting a little bit predictable. When you look at Coconuts, they're just constant pressure onto the lads. And Coconuts themselves, when they pick it on up, are very well controlled about when they let loose. You can see Texo slowing it down, allows time for his teammates to pick it on up, and then Yagi there to dig deep, to put that pressure on. And then this slow play from Dead Monster, it's that both Texo and Yagi can gain the midfield. It might just look like some very swish and fancy Rocket League, Jay, but at the end of the day, the foundations are there for really massive pressure to then build up, and then explode.
Yagi up to receive. That's a good shot, despite the very awkward angle he took for it. It's too slow, so it's not going to go in the back of the net. It's defended effectively enough. Couldn't follow suit with a good cross by Texo's part. Yagi's back in the midfield to defend against this. Ball's going in very close. Dead Monster fortunate to get away before Yagi almost accidentally put it in the back of his own net. He's there off the sideboard to receive this ball going in off the ceiling. Got a good second flick into Dead Monster. They combine, but it goes hard off the crossbar. Texan with the final strike. No. Nessie able to get the save in and deny that sequence. It looked like a really good sequence of that. Nessie playing it into the center of the box, but no second player there to follow it up. They're playing a much more passive game here, Vision Gaming. They need to get Sport up on the offense because they're still a goal down, and the pressure continues to mount here for the Coconutters.
It does. 50-50 won by Splash, but look over towards Nessie, just cannot get there in time. And Texo pre-reads where that ball is going to go and just lingers around here. He's not focused on the boost so much. He has about 20 in tank there and then goes on to pick up small little pads before going to the corner. And you can see that from just the way that Coconut's moved. Dead Monster has been so low for so long, but it doesn't matter. He knows how to route himself around the pitch to keep his speed high. And he knows that just from a double jump, he can get great distance and great height. But Nessie, what a read to just step in on this one. Texo with a setup, but teammates not ready for it. Great punish.
1-all to the board. Vision Gaming continuing to make this as close and fair as possible against the Coconutters. Splash coming up alongside Nessie, ball off the backboard and the cornerboard play. Dead Monster and Yagi will continue to wrap around against each other as they go towards this backboard here and off to the corner again. Yagi up to maintain control, challenging onto that second player, pushed back down by Joku. And Texo wrapping over 50 points of boost. Dead Monster comes up here with control, dribble play, pinch in. Where's his teammate? Right there. Splash is also in the same position to block it off, keep it away. Stop Coconutters from taking back the lead here because overtime is on the table. Yagi pushing over Joku, taking a denial. 1:10 to the clock, and they're just barely holding on against this unrelenting force of Coconutters.
I just looked in chat there, Haid of Mind Sanity, like right out. Don't even give them one game. How dare you, Coconutters? Because of course that's the competition that's going on at the bottom end. Vision Gaming have not won a game yet in the whole TCS Esports League this season anyway, in season 6, and their 3 matches. Mind Sanity have won 1 game. So that competition is so close between them. And what a game it would be to win right now for Vision Gaming, to take a game of Coconutters for, I would argue, half the teams in the TCS Esports League is nuts.
Oh, I thought for a second that was going on for Splash. Nessie with a miss in the back line. Oh, it's all falling to pieces. You mentioned they've yet to win a single game in the league, and they've been so close to doing it all series long. And their last chance might have slipped through their fingertips. 22 seconds to the clock. But Nessie right down center line. I thought for a second that was going to come back. They've had some really awkward kickoffs. Yagi again to the backboard. Texo up to Dead Monster. Taken away by Nessie. Splash on target. Off to the left. Jockey with a redirect. No, he couldn't get there. Yagi finds the clear away. Nessie trying to hold it.
That's a net. What are you doing?
Dead Monster right over there. And it's still kept in the air. But not for long. Coconutters will finally secure game 3. Their 3-0 goes their way.
Can we also just state again how nuts the TCS Esports League is? When you've got a top team in Coconuts only dropping 2 games so far in the 3 weeks, I guess 2 games now in the 4 weeks as well, going up against a team that has not won a single game, let alone series, and it was this close, this exciting, Jay. I love this season so much.
Yeah, that was a really interesting affair for Vision Gaming. Credit to them because I kind of had them written off from the word go. We all thought it would be a 3-0, easy as that. Kind of was, but it wasn't as easy as just what a 3-0 would usually imply on their part. So that was a really well-played position, I want to say, from those guys. And I have to give credit because Vision Gaming gave them a run for their money. It just was that last second, that last mistake being made by the Vision Gaming side. And unfortunately unable to punish all the mistakes that were made by the opposition of the Coconutters when they were themselves had some very awkward defensives. Vision Gaming, it could have been a lot more, but at the end of the day, they're up against one of the top teams in the league. So,
yeah, what are you going to do there? That was always going to be an expected loss, and would be the same for many a team. So, Vision Gaming, however, can go away from this week feeling good because, by all accounts, they have played spectacularly. But now they've got expectations on them, Jay, going into next week. They've got to perform at the same level, and that's going to be tough to do. I think this was a pop-off week for them because they played like they truly belonged in the top half.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot more ahead of this team and a lot more ahead of these players, so we'll get to find out, how well they'll be able to do as the weeks roll on. But we also get to find out is the words from one of the players on the Coconut side. We don't know who just yet, but we'll find out as the interview is set to ready to come off to the break. But while we are going towards that break to set up that interview and to set up the third series as well, I want to remind you all you can enter the halftime show by typing !halftime. Is it exclamation?
Hashtag halftime.
Hashtag
Hashtag halftime, Jay.
See, you made that mistake. I corrected you. Now I made the mistake at the same time. I know better than anybody else in this show. Exactly. There you go. Now we're 1 for 1. It's kind of like a game of Rocket League. Back after the break. Hashtag halftime. We'll see you in a bit.
Feel the thunder shake the open ground. Won't give in, I'm fighting for the crown. Heavy clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. No, got a feeling, shiver in my bones. Something's coming, but nobody knows. Angels rage, they come down from the sky to face these broken wings and show me how to fly. I burn the sky. I see the fire.
Welcome back to the TCSEL Esports League. We're joined by Texo. His team just took a nice 3-0 against the Vision Gaming Economist side, although it wasn't the easiest affair for you guys. You had a couple of contentious moments over that series where you kind of let it go a little bit. So I wanted to ask you about how things are doing in terms of practice regimen and how you guys are improving on your current mistakes, because there were a couple of moments in that series where I thought, okay, maybe Vision Gaming might steal a game away. So tell me about that.
Well, I think the reason why some games got that close or why some mistakes happened were partly because we just pretty much never play together outside of this league. And for the other hand, I remember when I missed a pretty easy ball in defense twice. I'd blame that, for example, on me because I switched to controller, for example, like 4 weeks ago from keyboard. But apart from that, it's just like, I think if we play way more together, we're just way better overall.
I did
That's curious,
not know
actually,
about you.
'cause-
Changing
I was
over
gonna say.
the controller. Well, go on, explain what actually sparked the change, because generally you don't hear of players making the change. So you've put, how many hours have you actually played Rocket League for? Because I'd expect 2,000, close to that, maybe a little bit more, 3,000. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a little bit more. It's 7,000.
Ooh,
A lot
and you're
more.
making
Okay,
the change
thank you.
now. That's got
Yeah.
to be difficult.
I mean, to be fair, like the fact that you didn't even notice that I play controller already is kind of good. No,
Yeah,
But, like,
like,
that
I
you
didn't notice
didn't-
there
yeah.
was a change this week, really.
because
Like, it wasn't
for my
blatant.
for my part, like I already feel better than on keyboard, which is weird, but yeah.
I am surprised for that change up, actually. Speaking of changes up, obviously you mentioned that for the Coconut, as you guys aren't playing outside of TCS Esports League, but you guys are still one of the top teams in the league right now. So tell me how you've been able to pull that off, because it feels like it's a kind of formation in theory should never really happen, but it is right now. You guys are undefeated, and this is the only time you guys are playing together. So why is it working so well?
Probably because all of us have certain experiences. For example, I'd say for my part, I have the least experience out of all of them. Since that monster, he played in the grid, which is like one of the highest, I guess, experiences you can take, which is like pro level. Then Yagi was an RLRS, so he played on a super high level already. And then I guess there's just me, who's just, keeping.
I mean, at the same time, you're like the TCS boy. You started the Coconut squad, of course, and then you've just molded it into a powerhouse within the Swiss scene. So you've got to give yourself credit there, and maybe it's the experience of the TCS which has given you a lot of strength there. And like you said, you've got great team players. Yagi, of course, right now, whilst not really on squad, he's currently subbing for Aether, who came runners up in the latest regional, didn't they? But still to be a sub there, he's gaining some experience over there. And like you said, Dead Monster previously of Stormtroopers and Rick's GG is a big Italian name on that squad. You sort of like meshed together, I guess, through your contacts, through Six Man's incredible powerhouse, not only in Switzerland, but you could take this team internationally. Of course, everyone's on their own little projects. So how does that make you feel as a player, knowing that you've got such incredible teammates beside you on the pitch?
Usually from playing with these kind of players, all I take is experience. That even when, for example, the opponents maybe just get like outpaced by my teammates, I can still take a look at what my teammates actually do to outpace them. So just memorize certain stuff that they do, and so I can like keep up with them and improve, of course.
You guys have been on the upward trajectory, it seems like, ever since the Coconutters was formed. So I want to talk about, the trajectory going forward at this stage. Next week, you'll be up against the Sparks side. Bacon was mentioning in the pre-show that they've been looking like a really legit team this season. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that squad and what you have planned for next week's matchup.
To win.
To win, straight up. I love this. Every time I ask one of these questions, that it can be broken down to a simple answer. Every time a player seems to do that, and it's like, give me some more. Damn it! I want to know, what do you expect out of that roster? And what do you expect out of that team?
I rate Sparks as kind of an underdog, to be honest, because on paper, it might sound harsh, but they're just not good on paper, really. But I feel like, especially Squixel, I think he's the player I know the best of them. For example, I think that Squixel is a big underdog and could, maybe potentially compete in big tourneys. So I'm definitely not going to underestimate them and play my fullest.
Awesome.
But I'm still confident to win.
Still confident? 2-1? All right, fair enough. We'll see it. All right, well, Texo, we'll leave you to get prepared for that matchup into next week's Extra. But for now, congratulations on your victory. It was a hard-fought one, but it is a 3-0 nonetheless for you guys on the Coconut side. And we'll get to see Sparks a little bit later on in our final matchup of the day. We're going to get set up for our third game, however, between LetiX and the Swiss Incredible Rebels. And a reminder to you all that you can enter the halftime show right now by typing #halftime in the Twitch chat at the moment. So while we get set up for our third game, we'll take a little break and come back with our third match. Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're going to get into our third game of match day number 4 between LetiX and Team Sir. Bacon, well, we went to break. You mentioned that it's all bangers from here on out. And I kind of want to query you as to why you think this one is going to be a banger. LetiX and Sir currently in the middle of the table right now between that 5th and 7th position. So they are fighting to try and maintain themselves in that top 6, especially for LetiX side.
So straight up, LetiX is sort of, whilst not coming out of nowhere, because we know these guys, right? Arcumino and Aqua, they're a fantastic squad. They're a new name as their roster of LetiX. On the opposite end, Swiss Incredible Rebels, they finished last week, or the week before, before heading into that break, 3-1 in Lausanne in what can only be described as incredibly confident fashion. Game 1 going to Lausanne, 4-2, but then 3-2, 5-2, 6-1 to the Swiss Incredible Rebels. And we were just disappointed we didn't get to see the Brazil. They absolutely, by the end of it, was stomping on Lausanne relentlessly. It's great to see Lausanne bounce back, but the Swiss Incredible Rebels have now got some incredibly high expectations to continue that form and make a run for that top 6 spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is we have a stalwart name, I think, in the in server today in terms of who the Swiss Incredible Rebels are. The roster itself is obviously very well known, even though they might not have always had the most successful campaigns in the league. They definitely have always stuck around, and you're excited to see how well they do every single time. For the LetiX camp, though, they have come in as a real big, like, you know, a squad that have just done incredibly magical things. Like you mentioned, they qualified via the Challenger Cups last season, so they weren't exactly like a roster that's well, yeah, they're names that we know, but as like a core 3-man, they aren't a team that have maintained a spot in the league itself. So having them be on this absolute flyer of a start is really encouraging for the boys. Even though that you would rate them as a team that wouldn't that they're coming into the context of the league, and they're like, okay, well, this is going to be a difficult affair for them.
Definitely, and when you think of what LetiX can do with the previous experience from them, like straight up, I think of Arku on that Lausanne side last season, making it all the way through to the grand finals and then having to join the squad afterwards. Before that, of course, Amino in the previous season was alongside him on the Lausanne squad, making it third. So these are guys that over the last year have made it through to the top 4, through in heck, even for Arki, you know, making it to the grand finals. So this is a squad that has got the caliber, especially Aqua just being that new man to the TCSE Sports League. Of course, the Frenchman himself coming on through. This team's got the caliber to make it to top 3 easily with that squad, you know, that we can see there on paper. And heck, top 2 is well within their grasp. The only problem is right now, you know, surrounding them, they've got the likes of Coconutters, but Coconutters have always been an issue. I guess we got slightly salty that are making a charge, as well as, say, Sparks Esports. But LetiX, they've got players with great history within the TCS. Maybe not entirely as a squad, but I guess you can just dash that, what with the Arcumino combo being so deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, obviously the players and how they've always made top 4s, and how they've even got a former grand finalist in there as well. So we're talking about players that have a lot of tenure about them, and yeah, they might not be the most well performed of the players that qualified via the Challenger Cup and the relegations, but they are a team that, you know, can definitely do some damage. And I feel like this is one of those cases where they can do. They started off the season by beating Lausanne. We know now, obviously, that was a bit of a weird spot for them. They lost to Edelweiss in the next week, so they weren't obviously everyone loses to Edelweiss, so that's completely understandable. So in terms of the results they've had so far with the Ira Legacy win onto the play, I think this one could be a really close affair against the Swiss Incredible Rebels. So predictions, Bacon, who do you think is going to take it?
Oh, I hate to bet against Team Sir because they are one of 2 orgs, you know, in both the Swiss Incredible Rebels and Mind Santi that have been here since season 1. But I think LetiX are going to take it 3-2.
All right. Bacon's gone for LetiX. I'm going to go with Sir, though. I think they have a very capable squad. I'm gonna go the contrarian route. So let's see how well this will go for them. They'll be in the gold side of the pitch. LetiX in white, and they have got themselves on the defensive line to start things off. They did try and get a decent kickoff going to try and usurp the midfield positions and the defensive of the Sur side, but now they're on their own back foot. Aqua moving up. Nukes with a challenge. 100 points of boost alongside RQ coming up. Nukes will challenge onto him, and Aqua and RNZ going back and forth with ball touches off to that corner. Melox bounce back off the backboard into the box itself. RQ just barely being contested from the back. Is going to get challenged from the front by Nukes instead. So not quite the balls being sent into as the defensives. They are being challenged at every corner. So no really big shots are coming in from either side here.
Not yet, but again, you gotta think this is very traditional game one, Jay, where you either get a lot of ping pong or you just get a lot of close marks, just probing shots. But here, talk about probing straight into the net, point blank from RNZ. And Melox is just straight up had no competition here. This is crazy.
Yeah, passed in with everybody being baited into the center and out towards the outfield. Like LetiX left that completely opened up for their own part. Aqua and Mino. The sideboard bounce out, setting towards RQ, shot off and over. Nukes takes the defensive line and off to Aqua's position on the right-hand side. Bounce to the corner and to the backboard into RQ. Takes the shot to return very quickly. And LetiX are back in the game.
This was like just whipped on in. Aqua with the pass and RQ so quick. Not even a second between the pass and the reception. Straight into net, and that is a great response. Trying to think in my head, 18 seconds, sorry, to quickly turn that around. That's how you do it from LetiX. You don't give the Swiss Incredibles Rebels time to respond and then try and build up towards the second goal. No, you need to hammer on them fast. You don't give them space to breathe.
100 boost taken up ceiling to Mino, blocked by Melox, so he takes that right back into the other side of the field. Aqua, 70 points to boost, challenged on one to the center. Melox again sets it off to the right-hand side alongside Nukes coming up, beaten out by two players. They return over to the midfield position. Nukes with that demo, bounce out sideboard. Melox comes up with a touch. Over to the corner, demoed out by Aqua though, so it's good challenges again from the LetiX camp. Beaten out by another. RQ comes up to send this high. Demos in. RNZ going to get bumped out. Aqua with the redirection, but it's not quite as accurate a shot as he'd like it to be. So LetiX unable to get that second goal in, unable to usurp the lead and take over against the Sur side. Melox will still be intercepted though. Like, they're being able to beat all these players to the balls. Nukes, a big miss, could be disastrous, but RNZ just comes through with a crucial touch and a crucial save.
So much confidence for LetiX that they're going to be able to win the ball. Like, straight there, the player cam's on and we can see someone that's not going for the ball because they're the closest man, but they're not going to have the momentum towards it. But confidence in each other that you're going to win is just so incredible because that means they've got the chemistry and the ability to just hang back and wait for a better opportunity to arise. They're playing such patient play that LetiX, it feels like they'll eventually get a goal unless there is a massive mistake. And that's where Swiss Incredible Rebels will pounce.
Minute and 53, ball out to Melox. RNZ takes control, pinches that, sends it very far wide, so it doesn't go anywhere near an onside position. Melox falls back. Nukes trying to challenge, 89 points of boost. Mino and Melox training place between each other. Nukes trying to pass it down towards Melox's position. Good challenge. Ball off the ceiling onto the backboard as well. RNZ and Mino take each other out with those demos. And Aqua, great flick, but just not quite a follow-up here for the LetiX camp. Not from him, not from his teammates. And we play on here with a minute and 20 to go. Mino, no boost, sends it to Aqua. Melox takes control. RNZ back into the corner. Aqua contesting. 10 points of boost to his name. Melox wraps around. Arku challenging off to the backboard. Nukes turns it into the center. Follow up. Bump in. That's going to be a goal. That's going to be everything for LetiX.
Beautiful scenes here, Jay. Just RNZ, no clue that Mino is behind him in net. And what an explosive play. 1 minute, 8 seconds left to go. Swiss Incredible Rebels on the back foot. Remember, they got the first goal in this game, and now they've got to go hunting. They've got to full send into attack, which is something the Swiss Incredible Rebels aren't that great at. They like to gain a goal, maybe two, and then they just sort of hold it from there. Now they've got pressure applied to them. Are they going to be able to stay cool?
All off the backboard as scramble to get something small back up in the offensive line. Arku beaten by RNZ. Challenge on Nuke, sends that up. Can't get the second duck down. Melox has control. Catching on one. Aqua with a great defensive. A great demo, I should say. Oh, it is a great defensive, in fact. As he is crucial to stopping that ball from going into the back of their net. Sir. Still getting up in the air. Mino from the ceiling. Drop down into RQ. Challenge onto another player. Melox. Trying to grab that 100 instead, goes off the sideboard and sends it over to the right-hand corner. Bounce out, RNZ beaten by Aqua, 10 seconds left. Boosting up, going down, Nukes in and around. Mino looking for his chance, RNZ receives, gets it to the corner. RQ bounced up, aerial shot. Where's it coming in from Nukes? Back down into his opposition, who just kill it to the floor and let TX get away with game one.
Jay, I told you this has got to be the feature and match of the day. I know the last three are all bangers, but if this is how we get started, oh, damn, I'm so glad. This truly looks like it is going to go the whole way to Game 5. So little separating these squads. It comes down to outplays upon one another. Those demo goals coming out strong. I could argue here that, wow, Nukes needs to step up. He hasn't had that explosive caliber that we saw 2 weeks ago. But that's purely coming down to him getting stopped out on so many turns by LaTX, trying to starve him for a little bit of boost, trying to just bump pressure him away with some demos every now and then. And it's just coming down to LaTX playing a good stalling game. But on the opposite end, the Swiss Incredible Rebels are so strong foundationally that they're able to handle it and keep it so close.
Well, Aqua off the sideboard, Nukes trying to challenge and wrap over, send it into the box. Aqua off the sideboard, RNZ beaten, Melox moves in, tries to pass out, bump attempt, not even going to be handled here. That's off the backboard. Arku leaves it in a very dangerous spot, but his teammates are closer than the Sur side are, so he can deny opportunity. Put back over, crossed in, over to the white half again. Mino got a force back to the position. Good shot from RNZ, beats him though. That's an opening blaze goal for Sir.
Mino thought he had way more time on this. I don't blame him for picking up the small boost pads there. Most players would chase it into the corner, right? Like when you think of rank J, they're just going to chase that onto the corner, the bounce out, and they're way too far away. So Mino's purposely picking up that small pads and then turn around, chase on it. But he was not expecting RNZ to follow it into the corner to have the boost to be able to get the height and be able to make the shot. Just getting outplayed because the Swiss Incredible Rebels are a very reserved squad that will wait for a mistake to happen. So you can see Sir already adjusting their gameplay style to every now and then just throw one man forward and make a risk. Here right now is a perfect example. RNZ hasn't really worked, but Melox is just going to stall it on up. A demo coming on through, so maybe some pressure. But RNZ looks to have got caught out there.
Ball to the side, bounce out, sent it up for RNZ instead, cross back, right into the hands of Nukes. He couldn't quite adjust for it, so not going to happen for the Sir side, but you can see as the defensive of LeTX is being tested here. Push back in from Nukes from the backboard and the back line of Sir. RNZ follows it up as Nukes tries to get high and receive. Aqua puts it right back down into RNZ's position. Arku's got to follow it up, get it away. Melox, no boost of his own right. Well, I'd have to leave that ball to be turned away by Aqua. RNZ beaten, off the backboard it goes. Second touch will not be allowed and Nukes turns it away. Mino up. And again, the attack is going to continue for the LeTX camp. Down to the third player who's nowhere in position. Aqua still can beat one. No further than that, though. RNZ and Nukes trading places as they try and get the counter-attack going. But now is a counter-attack passing play that Arku makes beautifully work. LeTX equalizing again.
What a touch from Mino on over to Aqua. And then Arku with so much control. Just take a look at his profile picture, and yes, it looks like he can play ball.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable for LeTX. Now Arku's here to block off the defensive to carry it forward. 1-1, Sir. Not able to maintain control of this despite their early leads in this game. And again, this team are proving to be a very heavy, contentious squad. Melox Getting 100 boost, getting it over towards RNZ. RNZ back towards Melox. Dribble play up against Mino. Dunk down chance. Where's the second man? Nowhere to be seen. Not in time at least. FTX will get back there and defend against it. And those setups being denied by the defensive line shows that FTX have got everything they need to beat this team and to have some really good results so far. RNZ off the crossbar. Second player way too far wide to the right-hand side.
Yeah, right now, when you look at it, Sir on freeze. You need to be on fours to match up in sync with LetiX, who are just that one step ahead, always on beat with one another. The sync is beautiful. RNZ trying to stop that with the demo is not a bad idea. Just trying to make a nuisance for your opponents so that they can then fall out of sync with one another is a great idea. But the problem is you got to follow up and punish quick, which Sir are just not doing right now.
Melox backed up. RNZ takes control. Can't beat Mino. Aqua also in defensive of Nukes' follow-up. They just can't seem to find the finishing blow here. Sir gotten so close on so many occasions. RNZ bounce off to the corner. RQ comes up. Challenge Nukes, drops it down. Where's Melox to follow it around? He can't. Letting that ball to go back over to his half. A minute to the clock and the ball's on the backboard. RNZ barely getting his touch in. Aqua can contest it alongside Mino. Off the ceiling, bounce down, perfectly placed. That was a bit too high. Mino leaves it for the next man back. The third man can't get there though. With 55 to the clock, the last minute ensuing, we're still 1-1 here.
We are indeed, and well, from my last statement, Jay, you'd be feeling like LetiX are fully in control in this, and they are indeed in control, but they just cannot get that final touch across the line. The defense coming on out from Sir is so patient, so well in touch with one another. They're not doing any double commits. They're purely sending one player out to challenge and then having the second back. You can see there behind RNZ. He's got Melox below him. And then, of course, Nukes on the back line. Everything's just gone to shambles. Nukes was left in the corner and he didn't have any idea to go cover the line. You can see him right there going for boost. Why?
Little mistakes costing Sir big goals. 2-1 up now. 21 seconds for them to return. LetiX could be up on match point already. RNZ wrapping around, desperately getting picked up the pace over towards Nukes, gets that goal in. No, Aqua drops it, Nukes to the follow-up. Mino misses, Nukes misses, everyone misses. But Aqua finds the clear, right back down to go for a shot that RNZ is desperate to defend. And Nukes follows it up and out into the center line. Mino puts it back inside the box. RNZ with a clear out that needs to turn into a counter-attack. That ball hits the floor though with one final touch. LetiX 2-1 in that game and now 2-0 in this series.
Quickly, I just saw in chat from Tuxo, quickly do not exclamation mark, nearly doing it again. Hashtag halftime. Yeah, we're just dumb and dumber, face it. Hashtag halftime and get involved in that halftime show hosted by Strike. It's going to be some great fun, of course. Prizes up for grabs. 4,000 credits to first place, 2,500 to second. So you're going to want to partake in that. And well, if you're a Sir fan, you're going to want to pipe up even louder than you are currently because they're going to need every bit of energy here, Jay, to pull off the reverse sweep.
Last chance for Sir. If they get swept here, that would put a serious hindrance on their league plans. RNZ goes back off the backboard. Aqua turning it off to the right-hand side. Melox contesting, sends it wide into Nukes, trying to drop it down. Mino challenges so successfully. And LetiX continue to press the issue here. Arku off the sideboard. Mino up, big miss, leaving it for Melox instead. Arku to the corner. Aqua dropping that back down. The demo's in again. And that will be another goal for LetiX to open things up and get things kicked off.
Aqua going so hard to reach this gives so much time for Arku. Just the sync between the two is incredible. Naturally, he could have left it to fall through the air a little bit longer, but then you run the risk of a second man coming on in. But him getting height puts time after the shot is taken, but also is very quick onto it. So it's a perfect balancing act, and the TX are doing crazy good at the moment.
Sideboard bounce turned away by LetiX. Arku, no boost, leaving it. Mino Comes up with a little bit to try and block it off. I'm going to get back to the defensive. It's a good shot set up by RNZ. Follow up from his teammate off the crossbar. Third place in from Melox. Gets that goal in. And at long last, Sir can find some sort of response, but it's still just an even standing.
It is only even, but Jay, it's the first step of many on this path to the reverse sweep. It is going to be one arduous journey. But of course, if any team's going to do it, it's the Swiss Incredible Rebels. There's a quick second from Melox.
There's only one player that can do it. It would be him, Melox. Getting a second goal in a minute's time. It starts out for Sir. Things going. Melox and Nukes coming up to the sideboard, trying to continue the attacking force and continue the goal streak that Sir have set up. It only takes one good counter from LeTX though to return things back in their favour. Aqua beaten, Aku missed, Nukes comes up off the backboard. The follow-up is not going to be there. The pressure is all that they need to maintain. Aqua beaten, RNZ beaten out of his own right. Nukes challenges past one player, not past the second. We're going for the aerial try block off the shot. Melox there for the defensive line. So the pressure coming in just as confident for LeTX, but no boost to work with on the offending members. Forced to fall back to the midfield line. Aku on the defensive. Melox almost goes for a double tap. It doesn't quite work out this time.
It doesn't, but the ball is with Sir here, Jay. And forcing a 50-50 is clever from Nukes, but he needs to have someone going up for that, because you can see they've just let off the pressure. Sure, they picked it up once again, but LeTX just aren't worried about it at all. They're just allowing their opponents to play into them, and then they'll break away. Aqua there is hunting for 50-50s. That's a double commit and a slip up, but Aku back in net is looking as cool as a cucumber.
Been looking real good on this defensive line, even when they have been tested. Sir only really shown one real attacking force where LeTX have looked, on the ropes essentially. Ball in off the backboard. Aku challenging, sends that one off. Nukes out of position. Only grabbing so much boost here. No points left for him. RNZ that sealing Melox turned away from Aqua, trying to control him against RNZ. Or pop that up. Aku able to get that save, leave it for the midfield line.
Football, a 2-1 finish, and you've got to give that full respect.
They've looked as well. I honestly thought Sir might have had a couple.
Today he's just felt more reserved into the midfield. Like I said earlier, that is because he is getting sort of cut out quite a lot. But we need to see Sir turn the screws a little bit more. They did well in that last game, but that was purely off of defensive efforts and going on the counters. That's when their opponents, LeTX, in a little bit, when we see those double commits, when they're getting a little bit too bold and courageous. But that's only because they've got 2 games in the series. That sort of effect is going to be gone now, and you can already see they're hammering hard with some great plays.
Ball off to the corner. Off and into the box. Nukes takes control. Aqua beating out of the midfield line. Aku will take it off to the sideboard. Pinch away. Follow up. Shots on. Melox looking like he was struggling there in the back line, so I was concerned for a moment that was going to be a bit more of an issue for him. RNZ and Nukes holding control back here into the corner is where they'll take this offensive line, but Sir unable to find what they need to get this offensive drummed up. It has looked, again, a little bit touch and go when it comes down to their setups. Haven't been able to break that defensive very often on the LeTX side. Aku can receive and try go on the offense this time, but also not on target, not nearly as accurate.
Not nearly indeed. Nukes, powerful hit in front of the net, but he goes high. He really needed to sink that. He needed to get it on target. Perhaps he was going for that backboard play for a second touch, but not the right choice in that scenario. But hindsight 2020, on the opposite end, you can see the lads trying to just keep the ball down in the Sir half for as long as they can, try and gain some ground, gain some boost, because when they're attacking up right now, they've got nothing in the tank. They just can't pick up those 100s. Finally, Aqua will be able to turn in, but he had already stepped past that 100 before it spawned. So it just feels like the game, the flow is a little bit out of sync right now for LeTX. and that's where Sir have got to punish them.
Aqua coming up here, controlling, denied by Melox. Nukes catching control, 12 points of voice, I should say, picked up on the small pad. And that's not going to be enough to carry forward into the offensive line. Aqua and Ko can continue passing between each other. Backboard play, second man bump play. Where's the third player coming in? No, Mino rotating back for boost, leaving it be. Off to the sideboard, Mino up, Melox coming forward. Nukes sent off to the right-hand side as well. Aqua challenged. Mino leaves it, grabs as much boost as he can, leaves it for Arku. Aqua instead actually in the back could come forward, but very scrappy stuff being posted up by LTX now. They've struggled to maintain the control of the pace. Like whenever they, especially in the early couple of games when we saw them coming out with confidence, we saw them dribbling balls, passing between each other. Haven't been able to see much of that level of confidence from these guys. Good shots are coming in, but we're still 0-0 at the just past 2-minute marker.
Again, that just goes to show the power of boost control of over the pitch. Boost management is normally, when we refer to each of them, Jay, boost management is how you're managing your boost. Like when you're feathering it to stay at supersonic speed, not wasting as much. What you can do with that 100, boost control is having control over the pads on the pitch. And right now, Sir have that. On every single retreat back, they're taking the 100s from that midfield line. Whenever on the attack, they're trying to just steal them away from their opponent's corners. So by all accounts, Sir have 5 of the 6 100 pads on the pitch, as well as trying to dart on in for the small ones whenever they can. So their opposition have to work so little, forcing the 50-50, and RNZ will just be there to squeak it away.
Indeed, first to the board of Sir at long last. A whole 4 minutes of back and forth. And the Sir side have come out on top, but only by a single goal. LTX could still turn this around. RNZ up to receive, off to the sideboard, into the corner play. Nukes off the ceiling, trying to set something up, but no. Aqua up, Melox, 65 points of boost to his own right, will drop down, beaten out. 29 to his name. RNZ also challenging of his own accord. Sideboard bounce. Nukes coming in to receive. We'll try and drop that into the midfield line. Melox, sideboard, dribble in. RNZ set up for the goal. Takes it. Aqua wraps in for the defense. Keeps it away. No boost to his name though. Arku's got to come in to support, and they both get caught up upon each other, so they can't take a definitive strike. But everyone's been baited out the defense. Arku slows it down, but that's enough for RNZ to adjust. Nukes now on the counter-attack, also no boost to his name, can grab the 100 from the backline pad. Melox to receive this ball on defense, and Aqua pinching, setting up Mino, who's a bit too far forward. Last chance for Arku, teed up, off the crossbar, third man misses, the other defensive fails as well. Pandemonium in the backline, and LTX just score the equalize.
I didn't realize we were playing chaos mode here, Jay, because that, I am just upset I have not seen about 20,000 fake-ins in the quick chat, because that was utterly all over the place, but I love it nonetheless. We've got to clearly have an OT right now as Arku puts out wide, ball touches the ground. OT in game 4, again, sudden death still for the Swiss Incredible Rebels.
Yeah, 1 goal for LTX ends the series for Sir. We go to game 5, and Mino almost found the one that he needs to put them down. That's not going to happen in this round. Mino backing up here with 100 points of boost, going to try and continue the offensive play though, coming up against one, almost a bump play. Melox barely getting a touchdown. Arku comes forward, but doesn't get the goal, does not get the shot. Turn away from Nukes, challenge. Oh, it's an open net. No, it's off the post again. Backboard touch. Nukes now backing up to take control. He's got no boost though. He can grab 100 in the midfield, but RNZ's got to take the shot up high, beaten out by Arku's defense line.
It's getting a little bit nervy. I'm not going to lie.
A little.
So many good opportunities for goals. But look at the big deciding factor. The TX are not starved for boost. They've made sure off kickoff to try and pick up those 100 pads when they can, so that they're not starved. You can see the freedom from Mino, and Nukes just not able to make the save.
And there it is, your game-winning play from Mino on his lonesome, setting up and knocking them back on the Surge camp. 2-1 in the game and 3-1 in the series. What an effort was posted up by Sir. But it just wasn't enough in this case. LetiX, they're going to go up and continue their campaign.
I wanted game 5, Jay. I really wanted game 5 there. Like, I feel we've all been robbed that... there's always next week, I guess. Or there's always the next two series on broadcast, because I didn't want that to stop. This was an incredible series. And it just feels heartbreaking for Sir that they're only going to be able to get one game out of it, because they were going toe-to-toe. And these are two teams that could make it through to the top 4. But each and every week, they're really going to have to grind out. And Sir are at such a disadvantage now. They're 1 win to 3 losses. They are going to be scrapping it on out, because we've got, I would argue, 8 teams that can make it to top 6. And then, you know, wherever from there to try and make it to LAN. And Sir are in a very difficult position.
They are. You know, this is a win that they needed to take, I think. You know, obviously getting into this position where we're starting to get, you know, to the mid portion of the league. It's not over yet. Again, there's still enough time for them to turn their fortunes around, but taking another loss, considering that they're at that borderline position, and they need to get a win here to try and usurp Ira Legacy. That's not a matchup that Sir could have afforded to lose. So for them taking this big L here today is going to hurt them, and I hope that they will be able to do enough to at least take us to game 5. But in this one, it will not be enough in this particular round. So it will be a victory for LetiX, and we're going to be able to hear from Arku, seeing what he has to say about that matchup. So do not go anywhere, because we've got that and the halftime show coming up after the break.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
And welcome back to the TCS Esports League, where we're joined by Arku here. His team has managed to take a big win above the Swiss Incredible Rebels 3-1 in their series. Congratulations to you, my friend. Between the end part of that series, though, you guys were struggling a little bit. In games 1 and 2, you looked real confident, real geared, real good, I think, overall. And then coming out of that, those last 2 games, it kind of slowed down a little bit. So tell me what happened in games 3 and 4.
In game 3, I think this is just a bit hard sometimes to put a sweep in Rocket League. I mean, you play exactly the same. We tried to play exactly the same 3 times in a row, but the third time, Sir was a bit more expecting what we're going to do when we have the ball or when we have some actions in offense. So we were a bit struggling on this. We missed many open in game 3 and 4, but we still managed to concentrate to take the victory. So it's okay for us.
And we've known throughout the entirety of this, for you guys over at LetiX, the aim is to make top four, is to make LAN, isn't it? So when you're going up against an opponent like the Swiss Incredible Rebels, who have a very similar goal, what's the pressure like on you guys going into that series where you're going up against a very tough rival there?
I think the fact that we are all friends, like we know each other pretty well, is very good for us, because we can even laugh or make jokes during the match to put a bit down the pressure sometimes. Or if like we throw a goal, that's not like a bad mood with the team. Okay, we smile a bit. Okay, we missed this on stream. This is sad, but we go next. And I think this is one good point in our team to help us in for the pressure in those games.
Well, something Bacon mentioned before we went live in this series was talking about the experience of all the players in the Letty X camp, constantly making top fours, grand final positions in the league's history. So I wanted to ask you if that experience is what's aiding you guys. Do you think that's a big factor to your success so far?
Yeah, we are all players that play very currently competitions, as well as for Mino and me on the Swiss scene, and Aqua in the French scene, and as well in the European scene. Like we play many competitions, and as well the fact that Mino and me know pretty very well all the other team, that can help us to adapt sometimes little stuff in game, etc.
Well, off the back of that then, what is it that Aqua brings to this side? Because when we look at the squad of Letty X, you've got, as your sub, you've got Raptor sitting there, right? And he's well-versed in TCS Esports League. So, of course, no digs towards Raptor, of course. But what is it that Aqua brings to the squad? What is it that he adds to your two's ability in yourself and, of course, Mino?
Aqua bring us the one style and the mechanic style as well. I mean, he's very offensive as a player. It's a bit sometimes hard to adapt because we never played with each other, Aqua and me, before. And it's a different play style that I have ever played. But it showed me another way to find some good offensive goal. So yeah, it helps us a lot to have Aqua because of his speed and offense, for sure.
Well, this week you've taken a big win that gets you up to 3-1 in the league record. Next week you're up against My Insanity. So I wanted to ask you about that matchup and that team. You know, what have you got prepared for us in next week's matchup?
We're gonna concentrate for this match, because we can't take any match not seriously. We will have the same way to prepare ourselves as against Team Sayer or against Lausanne or Edelweiss. I mean, yeah, against the best teams we can practice a bit more, but we can't take a match not seriously. And My Insanity got a pretty nice lineup, even if they didn't achieve very well in the Swiss scene in those times. But that's a new roster, so I mean, maybe they're gonna step it up during the season. So yeah, we're gonna be serious for that match as well.
Well, seriousness gets you quite the distance, I should say, and you guys can go far indeed. Letty X taking the victory of Sir Arku. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations for your victory, and good luck going into next week's matchup. Now, we have 2 more games for you here in match day number 4, but before that, we've got our halftime show with Strike, so do stick around for that because it's coming up after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the one, the only, the main event of the night. You know what it is. It is the TCS Esports League halftime show. I don't know if I can do the effects. Wait, let's see. Okay, apparently not. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you guys are doing well. I don't know if you heard that, but that was very late on my end. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Strike. As always, I'm hosting the TCS Esports League halftime show, where we do a little different kind of Rocket League and where we see whether you actually bring the skills necessary to win some credits. I hope you put hashtag, not exclamation mark, not an at, Xoner is. It's a hashtag, halftime show, into chat during the first part of the show, and 2 lucky contestants have been pulled to play with us tonight, and they are Swefly and Pippo FL, or Ocean Pippo as he's named, in Twitch chat. Let's start with Swefly. How are you doing, my dude?
Yeah, thank you. Doing very well. Yeah, I'm hyped to be in the halftime show again, like 2 weeks ago,
yeah, you were.
and maybe to win again.
The bot loves you. The bot loves you. Did you bribe anyone? Did you rig it? Hashtag rigged in the chat.
So that's how, yeah, I got in now. Actually, 3 times in a row, but on one time I was on bathroom, so I couldn't contest. But yeah.
Wait. Okay. Wait. No. Just for me to understand, you were pulled the second time too, but you didn't respond in time because you were on in the bathroom.
Yes. So I actually got selected 3 times in a row, but I only was able to participate 2 times.
I feel we're gonna have to lock you out or something, my dude. If you win tonight, you'll have won twice. Christ, dude. Incredible. All right, so let's go over to the other contestant, Pippo. How you doing, man?
I'm fine, thanks.
It's good to hear. Tell something about yourself.
I'm Pippo. I'm from Liechtenstein.
Oh, okay.
17 years old, and I think I was a bit known in the Swiss scene for having a really terrible internet, but a few days ago it changed, and now I'm back and I'm ready to grind.
Do you have that fiber now?
Yeah.
You do? Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? I had fiber for 3 months now, and the funny part is I waited for 8 years for them to install fiber here, and now my wife and I are moving away to a place where there is no fiber. And actually, the cable that goes into our house is broken, so they're gonna have to repair it first. We're not gonna have internet for a while. It's very nice, but I'm really happy you got that fiber, because fiber is really nice to have. And yeah, I hope all of you out there have that really fast internet connection. I actually got vaccinated today, so now I'm a walking 5G antenna. I'm still getting accustomed to having the whole Wikipedia in my head all the time and Bill Gates' voice in my ear, but that's not going to distract us from the show tonight. We're going to go into the jump map, and that's what it is. It is I guess you can call it a jump map. Is that right? You have to jump, like rocket jump? What do you call it?
I think it's called more like rings map.
Okay. Fair enough. Basically, you have rings, like targets, and you have to jump through them and control your flight. Go through all the rings, don't not fall off. And then sometimes there's a platform that you can use as a save point. Each contestant is going to have 3 minutes to get as far as they can, and the one who's further at the end of those 3 minutes wins, and they win 4,000 credits. First place is 4,000 credits. Second place is going to be 2,500 credits, and I feel like we should go right into the whole thing. I just realized I have to set up one thing real quick before we're ready, so everything looks nice and spiffy. Just give me 1 second, please. I forgot to set that up, because I'm a very good host. But like, who of you has the higher rank? Let's be honest here. Who of you has the higher rank? Comes with the higher rank.
I think it's Swefly.
It's Swefly?
I'm GC 2. Yeah, GC 2.
Damn, GC 1.
Juicy 2?
Juicy 2.
Sounds good. I like juicy ranks. I'm a fan. It's really good to hear. Okay, let's get right into that gameplay real quick. Production, move us over. Thank you very much. Well done. We are watching you right now, Swefly. Are you ready? I'm going to count you down, and then you can go. Oh, do you have to open the door first, or is that a...
If I'm allowed to? I don't know.
Production, can he open the door first? The map is called Speed Jump Rings 3. Okay, apparently you can open the door first, and then I'm gonna count you in so you can go straight up, kick it off, and go right in. Are you ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go! And he goes right away. I would have laughed very hard if that door had closed again. Going through the first few hoops. Ooh, look at a beautiful flight. Fun fact, I have never managed to fly or even hit a ball in flight in Rocket League in my life. First platform to save, well done, and he has to go through the almost vertical ones, controlling it quite well. Right to the yellow one, now taping it a little to the left, going straight through there, and another saving platform. Here's the next couple of rings. This looks like an easy one for Swevely. Apparently these pirouettes that you do in these turns, is that just, are you just flexing, or is that necessary?
It's unnecessary, but I feel more comfortable with.
You feel more comfortable flexing. All right, we get it. We get it. I'm sure a few people are going to ask you for your number and stuff tonight after seeing that. Because, you know, good ass skill, my dude. And now, ooh, the tight ones, the tight yellow ones. Can he get through? Ooh, no, it's like flawless driving so far. Hits the platform. Oh, and gets stuck. But you have 100 boost. You have never-ending boost. And that helps him right through. Ladies and gentlemen, there's still 1 minute 45 seconds left, and it doesn't look like this man is gonna make like any kind of fault in here. Did you train this before? Are you known to be really good at flying? Okay, I said nothing. Back to the saving platform. Hey, everybody can make a mistake.
Yeah, kinda train those rings map, but more like just always spinning, or just like the vertical one where I just fly like with the left, how do you say, like something like this.
All right. Oh my god, dude. He's showing off during the competition. This is how I usually do it, but this time I decided to do a few turns, if you know what I mean, because I like it like that. Crazy, dude. Beautiful, actually. Holy crap. Like, oh my god, now there's red ones. Ooh, baby! Oh, okay. That one's a little harder to hit, huh? The red rings. Okay, let's go.
Just too fast.
Yeah, probably. You lose control when you're too fast. You got 37 seconds left. Let's see how far you can make it here. Oh. Does it say somewhere how far you got? Like a number of platforms or something? I don't think.
I actually don't know.
Oh, next saving platform. Here we go. I just got told by production that they're counting. So they're actually doing the most important job for me. Thank you very much. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And over! That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Just before the next platform. Well done, Swevely. Dude, that was really dang good. Congratulations. Production. Stage 8 achieved. Stage 8 achieved. Can we get a little bit of clap in the chat? Sorry, what did you say?
So this one here would be 9, but it didn't count, right?
Right. So you finished 8, basically. That's how we count it.
Okay.
Incredible. That was really well done. Are you happy? Are you proud of yourself?
Actually, I did the map just before the halftime show, and I got like 2. Yeah, I think 2 bases farther. So nah, not really that proud.
Not really that happy. But do you think it's going to be enough to win?
Let's see.
Let's see. All right. How about we move over to Pippo and see how far Pippo can get. Looks like his stream is ready, so we're going to move right in. Also, you, Pippo, you can open the door so it can go right away as soon as we start the countdown. Go back a little further, not too much. Exactly. Are you ready to compete?
Yes, sir.
All right, Pippo, let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Give it all you got. 3 minutes on the clock. First, and of course he does the turns as well, because gotta look sexy while you do it, right? Easy one first. No problems for either of these contenders in the first parts of this contest. First saving platform, hit it, and he goes through the verticals, seemingly absolutely effortlessly through the first yellow one. Hits it too. Ooh, a little too far right. Missed that one, but hey, still enough. Still enough time to control the flight and get it done correctly. Oh, this is pretty. It's like gripping to watch because any wrong movement can basically falter your chances to move on. This is a big one, easy one. Next platform achieved. Well, you don't achieve a platform, do you? You reach a platform. I'm very good at English. I English very well, as you can hear. Next one, nice ramp. Ooh, a little bit too tight to the right. Doesn't make it. But okay, back to the saving platform, right through the rings. Oh, chat, I hope you're hyping. I can't read chat right now, but I really hope you're hyping because this is an intense contest. We are now currently at the main event of the evening. I know we are surrounded by some Rocket League plays, you know, as an intro and an outro, but this is the main event. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, getting it, what platform was that? Was that 3 or 4? I'm not sure. But getting straight through these rings to the next one and hits the next one. Nicely prepared to go right into that first yellow and the normal ones. We're about to reach the area where all the rings are at least yellow. No more blue, just yellow. And then suddenly they turn red. You got 1 minute left. Is that concentration I can smell through Discord?
Yes.
Very good. Not a comment, just biting the tongue, going hard through the yellow rings. Ooh, these are tight, but doing really well. Doing really well so far. Hit stage 6 so far, apparently, and then this would be 7, I assume. Oh, this is stage 7. Oh, a little bit too fast. 35 seconds left. Can you hit stage 8 and move it to 9? Do not let me distract you. Just concentrate on your task because it's my job to talk and distract you. You got this. To the left. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Same stage. And gets hit down there. If both get the same stage, we're going to count who got faster. Right through. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is it. That is it. Oh, and it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Production just told me Swervely was a little bit faster. Swervely, congratulations. Well done. Well played. GG, WP, both of you. And Pippo, I'm sorry it wasn't enough. It's so close to Swervely though. You both did really, really well. You both fought valiantly for the 4,000 credits. But fret not, the second place gets 2,500 credits, of course. So you're not gonna go home empty-handed. How are you feeling, Swervely? Are you awash with emotions? Is this a highlight of your life? Is this one of the milestones that on your deathbed you're going to think back on, tell your grandkids about? How are you feeling?
Yes, I'm going to get the free time halftime show winner.
So you want to compete next time as well?
Yes, yes.
I'm not done. You'll see me again.
That's my lifetime goal.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And Pippo, how do you feel? Are you broken? Is this the last 17 years of your life you have trained for this, and now you finished second?
I'm pretty happy.
Mm-hmm.
I was a bit nervous.
Okay.
Because I know Swervely is a very, very good player, and I know he's better than me. So I'm fine with my result. So
okay,
yeah.
You did well. You did well. There's nothing wrong to say about it. You got so close. It was a nail biter. It was a nail biter in the end. We got the competition and the excitement that we hoped from the halftime show. Congratulations to 4,000 credits to Swervely and 2,500 credits to Pippo. Both of you have a beautiful evening. Stay safe. Don't get that Roni. Make sure to wear your masks and stay healthy. Okay, you guys have a really, really nice night.
Irie Legacy, bring the swag, memes, and style.
Well, they might look all bright and cheery in that video, but they've definitely got to have a challenge and a serious face set on here for the matchup that they have up against Edelweiss. To welcome you back to the TCS Esports League. Shout out to Strike for hosting the halftime show. Well done for the competitors that played and got the credits as appropriate, but now we get back to the serious competition. They did imply it was the highlight of that, of the whole show was the halftime show. So I'm just gonna take Strike back down to earth for a moment there. But Edelweiss and Ira Legacy. This is a matchup that could carry with it quite a fair amount of fun. You know, Ira Legacy are doing okay. Haven't gotten a positive ratio in terms of their wins to losses, but they have proven to have a fair amount of potential behind them here today, Bacon.
Yeah, definitely. Ira Legacy are always going to be, I don't want to say the upset team or the underdog team, but they are just a consistent threat to the top teams. And on the opposite end, when we look towards Edelweiss, they are the team which, I want to say quite frankly, already dropping 3 games, have been upset, you know? Edelweiss, you always expect to be the pinnacle of Swiss Rocket League. Like, whenever you're there, like, oh, Swiss Rocket League, that's a fair mirroring, right? Maybe Yagi just because of the, the RLRS season. This is the team people think of when they think of Swiss Rocket League. And now we've got so many good contenders to that crown. You know, each and every season we go, is it going to be stolen away? Well, this season, like the last 2 seasons, I truly do believe it could. But when you've got Edelweiss looking, I don't want to say somewhat weakened, because they're not any weaker with Batu on the squad. He has really come into his own, and I mean, we've seen their performances in the RLCS qualifiers and such. This is a squad that is still powerful, but the problem is that gap, because of TCS being such a great platform, has really gone so small that right now, when we're looking at Slightly Salty, their first season back together, of course, Timo, Carver, and Juju, we haven't seen the Slightly Salty name since season 1, you know? They are such a big threat that if Slightly Salty go 3-0 today, they're back to the top of the leaderboard. The problem for them is that they've got Sparks, who are looking pretty strong as well.
Well, that's a matchup for later on. For now, I want to focus on the Ira Legacy versus Edelweiss matchup, of course. And you talk about Edelweiss being the best team in Switzerland by an objective mile. I don't think there's anyone there to dispute that. But as you mentioned, the teams are getting better. And I would partially put it down to, you know, I think the previous Edelweiss's Vegeta rosters have looked stronger, just off of name value alone. Obviously, I think that Yagi being in that position obviously led towards the undefeated streaks as well. And for Edelweiss, like, they don't look so strong as to continue going undefeated. Like, they had like a 20-something series win streak in TCS competitions over the course of like 2 seasons. So they've already had themselves a big set of games and a big set of dominant matches when you see them up against the main squads. So for Ira Legacy, it's a case of whether they're going to be that team that takes the upset above all else. And I think they have the potential to do it. You know, I think that Edelweiss, whilst they might not look like the strongest version of this roster, they definitely have themselves the main core 2 of the best team in Switzerland right now. So you can imagine that they're looking confident coming into this series. Are we all aboard the Edelweiss hype train, I assume, when it comes to predicting who's going to win the series outright as we get started into game 1 here? Edelweiss in the blue, Ira Legacy in the green, blue, I never get this color right, Baker. I don't know. Teal, I guess. Well, teal over, because Batara has just found himself the opening.
Green I like as well, but what I love even more is this bat ball pass and play from Safair over to Bato. I was there going to go, if any team is going to upset Edelweiss, it's going to be Ira Legacy. But at the same time, if any team's going to give us a banger opening goal, it's Edelweiss as well.
Down here for Tooth to take this one up and over to the corner Mirror. Try and hold the defensive as they try to get serious here for a moment for Ira Legacy. They've been beaten out. Mirror has control, has Tooth to beat. Good challenge even so, but not in position to follow up with an overall goal. Pippa Flax there with the demo out. Zafair also demoed out of his own accord. Kasalian into Tooth's part of things. Ball off, backboard, turned away from Mirror. Kasalian still wraps up, beaten out by Zafair instead. So that ball goes over to the sideboard. Challenged regardless. Off that backboard, bounce in. Chance available for Mirror to score the second.
And removing players left, right, and center. Safair beats 1, beats 2 with Pipifax, and Mirror granted that entire left-hand side of the goal. Basically, an open net can just bash it away, but it's only open because of the work Safair put on in. Batu has got the first goal, Mirror got the second, but both off the back of Safair, who's going back to his playmaker roots.
Oh, Batu challenged Safair, moving up, sending it off to the corner, bounce off the ceiling as well. 32 points of boost, Tooth up and in, Bateau with the defensive. That's still very dangerous, and the facts can punish it. There's a goal in.
Plenty of fish as well in the sea. That also means there are plenty of opportunities for Pipifax to score. Beautiful pass on over from Tooth, right into the curvature. And that is the important part there, Jay. The curvature of the wall and ceiling was the only way that ball was going to get delivered down into Pipifax. And the team is just strung together a beautiful passing play, which is so hard to replicate.
I'm quite surprised that you decided to go with a dating analogy to try and describe how the opportunities
Well, lockdowns ended, and yeah.
Are you getting lonely, Bacon? I'm not going to entertain that thought. 2-1 up for Edelweiss.
Like this, no.
Mirror dunked down. It's a slow ball. Bato coming up to receive a secondary shot. We turn away by Pipifax and Ko's affair, maintaining contention off to the left-hand board. Mirror beats in. Pipifax up. Second player also. Kasadian will defend against him, meeting out with the second player on the defensive or the offensive line for the Edelweiss side. They're going to continue attacking, sending this ball up into the teal half. Tooth missed out upon. Kasadian can take this up and over. And Tooth will just continue challenging here against the defensive line. A couple of returns are coming through for Ira Legacy.
Just to correct you there, Jay, I think myself and Twitch Chat, we have agreed that it is mint colour.
Are we going with mint?
Mint. Yeah, we're going with mint. I quite like it because it's refreshing, and seeing Pipifax so close to getting goals like that is refreshing as well.
I mean, water's refreshing and water's blue, so, you know, Edelweiss can also... I'm not even going to entertain this conversation because the attack
water
is
is not
continuing on
refreshing,
here.
it's just hydrating.
Mate, you can't... Alright, whatever. 2-1. Edelweiss continuing the attack here, but they are only barely holding on to this lead. Ira Legacy have got a couple of decent challenges in, and the attacking forces have been a bit contentious here for Ira Legacy.
What's a passing play? This just reminds you why Edelweiss are the Swiss team. That is incredible. Again, I wouldn't call that the goal of the week, purely because that feels commonplace for Edelweiss, you know?
Wow. To most other teams it might be, but you're right, like the link-ups have just been so proficient from Edelweiss over the course of all of their iterations. It was Bateau that passed to Safair, not Mirror this time.
Now
Still
that
finds
is
his
goal
own
of the
passing
week.
play. That is a good contender, you're right. 4-1 up now for Edelweiss.
That is so immaculate. Not only the pass on over towards Mirror, who can then just go deep with it, but the rebound touch to put it into contention in the middle, that is immaculate.
Look at Mirror holding contention of control as well, continuing the attacking force. Ball sent over to them. Tooth looks to try and finish off a pass up, so that's a second goal for Ira Legacy. And again, they are keeping pace here against the favourites.
They are indeed, and this bodes well for the entire series, not only just this game one, Jay, because whilst their weakness has been when they've given time towards Edelweiss, when Edelweiss have been able to really pull together and string together these passing plays, if Ira Legacy can keep up pace, because it's going to be super hard to try and slow this game down, because at the same time, Edelweiss are good when playing around with pace. They can really allow a game to slow down and then pick it up for those passing plays when they want it. So it's all about Ira Legacy looking to just keep on making contestations, keep on going in for those 50-50s and interceptions.
Vax sending that ball up alongside Kasabian, trying to take it out into the blue half field. Demo in for Bateau. 91 points to boost. Mirror's going to take that up instead and maintain contention. Good denial from Bifax. Bateau sends it into the midfield line. Ball off the backboard again. Can Kasabian bump one player out? Yes, he can, but there's no following up shot. Bifax so far back, way too far forward, unfortunately. 20 seconds remaining. They will try their hand at another good goal, but not going to happen. Edelweiss should be able to clear and attack, counteract the situation, stall for the last 10 seconds, and basically deny whatever chance Ira Legacy had at scoring and equalising 2 goals. The ball will get close, but no chance. First game going the way of Edelweiss. A really good contention held by Ira Legacy, but again, the confidence of the best players in Switzerland just continues to hold itself together.
Yeah, and when you look at this here, Jay, you go, what more can Ira Legacy do? Because they didn't play a bad game at all. It is just going to be so tiring when they have to keep on their toes continuously with those interceptions, which they're doing. But it's whenever they make a little slip up, that's when Edelweiss is going to strike. Perhaps you could bring in demos, but at the same time, that is a risk for Ira Legacy to take.
Well, I think at this point, any risk is going to be a good risk, considering how you're probably going to get put on the back foot by Edelweiss anyway, so why not? Let's see what they can do. 5 minutes to the clock in game 2. Hipifax and Bateau taking the kick-off. Tooth there to receive. Follow it up into the corner, grab the 100 boost away from Mirror, who's still got plenty of his own, can beat past one of the midfield players and right into the defensive line. He's got a teammate right behind him, that's the fair. Off the backboard. Bateau hunting to hold contention in the offensive field. They will get rotations back around for fair with the sideboard bounce. Bifax with a shot. Oh, barely saved by Bateau. I cannot believe they just escaped with that.
Bateau holding onto the ball for dear life, denying it from crossing the line. He has drawn it, and it is in bold. But then to get the counter out, then to hold it on that midfield, what a turning from Safir. Mirrors downfield because, of course, he was the last man in that attack. He's a little bit caught out guard, but Safir knows where he is, that he's going to be running down the wall and can deliver it to him, basically cutting into enemy lines. That is insane. And that follow-up, that kickoff goal is insane as well, to suddenly put Ira Legacy on the ropes.
To think none of this event would have come out here. That counter-attack would not have worked, and this follow-up kickoff goal might also not have been a possibility for Edelweiss had Ira Legacy just slipped it past the line. They were within inches of taking and potentially maintaining a lead. But 2-0 down for this squad. Edelweiss, instant control out of this, and Bateau set up to knock it down, back of the backboard into the next affair. Scores the third, his first in this game, and they are just hammering away at Ira Legacy now.
And this is when Edelweiss look like the Titans of Switzerland, Jay. 3 goals up, and it's not even been a minute. When do they stop? Is it more just a case of they cool off, relax a little bit, or do they just keep hammering them and somehow Edelweiss could just rake in the goals?
Passing plays between 2 players off that backboard, they will go. Bateau trying to challenge, sent out, open net. Is that on, or Miro just gets back in time so he doesn't allow that goal to come in? That clear could have been the start of things for Ira Legacy, though. They need some sort of consolation prize to get them back in this game, and preferably quickly, because they're running out of time to do so. They've still got 3.5 minutes, so plenty of opportunities that will present themselves, but if they keep letting themselves fall into the hands of Edelweiss's defense of the counter-attack, then we're going to keep seeing this scoreline grow and grow.
And when you look at that save come through from Mirrorwing earlier, that's all because of his positioning, where he is just perfectly placed to make it back in time. Yes, it's going to use all his boost, but he has judged that well and played it safe moving downfield. And that's the incredible part about Edelweiss, is their decision making, because damn, they just know where to place themselves and where is going to be the most efficient and the most powerful option for them.
Demo in on Pipifax. Amira can finally get something out of the way, but it is returned on the counter. Second shot from Tooth, unable to connect to the net. Zafir Also gets a demo in against Kasanian, taking the ball out of their hands temporarily. Pipperfax still follows that ball off and into the corner. Into the hands of two for the interception. Bateau takes that off to the side. Kasanian back on off the backboard again. Zafair takes that one high as well. Pipperfax sends it on a little bit wide. Kasanian getting involved, but couldn't get a touch on the ball. It's too far ahead of him. The halftime marker, we're still 3-0 up for Edelweiss. They are looking so solid right now, and Ira Legacy need to find a new way to get going before they fall out of favour. Shots are continuously coming in, but they're up against a really solid defensive. Kasadian with the latest attempt, double touch, not going to happen. It's cleared away by Bateau.
Ira Legacy are not making bad decisions themselves here, Jay. They've finally been able to meet up and sort of stall out nicely what Edelweiss want to do. They've got good wide rotations, but that means they're, 1-2 punches aren't that quick. Finally, a beautiful opportunity, but the choice to go for a pass there, you're sort of sending it into a wider range, which gives you more options, but it also relies upon the second man to be able to finish off, which just did not have the speed, just did not have the momentum to do exactly that. So Ira Legacy are making brilliant plays, but they just aren't capable to finish it off. They're sort of trying to mimic RLCS plays here, and unfortunately they're just not able to do it. Finally, they will be able to finish it off, which is great to see. I love how Ira Legacy are playing this, Jay, because they are preparing themselves to be the champion beaters. Even if they're not able to do it today, who knows when we get round to the grand finals,
Well, this is a start. Where does it go from here? Ball out to the corner. Tooth completely misses control of all sorts of the ball. Bateau here, touch out as well for backboard. Kasalian in with a save. Tooth. Pipperfax getting involved on the defensive line, trying to see if they can wrap over and beat out somebody. They're trying to find a breakaway opportunity. Kasalian taking this all the way into the centre line, but not on target and not towards the net, just beating out before the box. Tooth challenged by Mira. Kasalian missed out on his touch. Mira, 100 can get picked up at the corner here, but it's just touch and go scenarios to keep the pressure against the Ira Legacy side. This allow a chance to even score one.
Yeah, but look at Ira Legacy actually on the strong ground. Beautiful shot put on through the dislodge as well. I think we saw a little bump there. Looking at Kasalian, did he get the bump? He did indeed.
Yes, he did.
I don't think it's going to happen, Jay. I'm just going to say that right now. But I want it to happen.
Is Prith in chat? Is there going to be the the quick reverse? Oh, not quick reverse sweep, actually. So we have got to wait until next game for that one. But 3-2 from a 3-0. This could still be on 15 seconds. Right now, Ira Legacy are playing around the Edelweiss camp, but the turn away of Bateau turns it into the corner. Tooth, touch out, Mirror, shoots, not quite to target, it's just pressed off the post. Pipperfax still being contested here on the sideboard, takes that one high, dribble up, ball off the backboard, Zafair keeps it in position. Where's the second player? Nowhere to be seen, clear out, Tooth trying to get towards it, keeps it held up, gotta get a second touch, everybody's missing touches, and the score comes in from Mirror instead, and that will most certainly seal game 2 for Edelweiss.
Will indeed, but Jay, we have to say, the point that you've got the belief there for a team like Ira Legacy, which by all accounts will have the label of a mid-table team, right? For them to be able to get this close, for me, they've got the right plan. Like, their playstyle is perfect right now. The only problem is, and this is no diss to the players because they're executing the team game perfectly, they're just not the same caliber as Zafair, Mirror, or Batu. They have not gone through the rival series, had that experience ingrained to them to make those decision-making choices. But what they've done is gone away and learned. They've done the homework, they've done the research, and they have got a play style which is great to see. If they can keep following down this path, this team can go far. But of course, it's taken each and every experience along the way and trying to mold them to become better players. This is where, spending the extra 100 hours in free play really shows its effort, because right now, the mental side of the game for Ira Legacy is incredibly strong.
Maintain themselves a relatively decent line as a result of this, but still 2-0 down against Edelweiss. Might be conceding games at this stage. Tooth up off the ceiling. Mirror Challenging against Kasanian's part, good challenge. Actually sends that relatively close towards the net. Pipifax. Okay.
Let's
Okay,
go.
that got really, really close for Ira Legacy, but it is kept out of position. Still, Edelweiss are on the attack.
Yeah, but you look at that confusion, right? Edelweiss afterwards had no clue, were like just dumbfounded, and the Ira Legacy were able to quite easily get down the opposite end, and that stopped every bit of attack from Edelweiss. If anything, you know, normally you'd expect Edelweiss to start putting on the pressure there from the midfield, but they just sort of went, okay, this is going to be a scrappy one in front of net, we'll send 2 players in, Ira Legacy get away, and Edelweiss are looking silly.
Now they try and counteract it, but they can't quite make it happen. Bateau shot on target, perfectly passed up towards by Mirror from the blue half of the field, straight into the Minty side. And the first goal to the board of Edelweiss.
Again, another Edelweiss classic. If you've only got one player back in quote-unquote defense, I know the last man was around about 2/3 down the pitch, but that's still going to be a defensive position. That's the third man by all intents and purposes. And you've got a player that's deep downfield, ready for that redirect. Edelweiss are just in such a strong position to be able to get around, because that third man's probably only going to have about 30-40 in the tank.
Good shot off the crossbar there for Kasanian. Tooth almost followed it in, but unable to finish off the job in that one. They'll play out the default standards of the back and forth contention, into the midfield especially. Mirror and Zafir beaten. Tooth in the centre line, passed out, missed on the bumper. Kasanian, if he could have stopped Bateau from getting that save, we would be up to 1-1, but it's not going to happen. Ball off, Zafir set in, at point blank, denied by one player. Bateau still holds control. Pipifax, the pressure from the right-hand side, get it away. Tooth looking for his clear away, and Mirror just having Kasanian coming back at the right moment to turn that into the corner. A lot of these shots are getting dangerously close here.
They are indeed, but you can't deny you're impressed that nothing is breaking on through Ira Legacy. They've really shown their worth today. Edelweiss are just Edelweiss, that's it. They'll take what they can, and they have got a very strong defensive game as it is anyway. So Ira Legacy to always be this threatening, but then at the same time being so clutch in defense, it's just something else. And you can't help but just, I don't want to say chant for Ira Legacy, but back them definitely and be there like, go on, take a game, take 2, see what you can do, because it's the underdog story.
Well, listen, if they can take a game right here, they'd be doing a lot of favours to Coconut as the slightly salty. So, you know what? Like, why not? Oh, but so...
That angle.
Never mind on that one. Touch out, Zafir passing inland, and the angle, like you mentioned, that was silly.
To go upside down, to not jump out as far, to let the ball continue traveling is incredible. Pipfag's going to steal this back though. So back within 1 off the kickoff. Edelweiss have really been struggling on these, because what? That's the 2nd or 3rd kickoff goal in favour to Ira Legacy now.
A lot of these kickoffs have been a little bit shoddy from teams today, and some of them have just been a little bit shocking, but for Edelweiss, something they can't really help at this stage. They have just lost that goal. Ira Legacy up into the single goal differentials. Tooth able to get this one up and try and set it up for a response. Pipifax and Kasadian held back in the midfield. Kasadian goes up for the ball challenge, Bateau beats him. Challenges on the second touch. Demos in, will remove Zafir from play, and that opens up the net entirely. Kasadian off the post! Oh, Pipifax just tips it past his offensive and gets us to even standing.
I nearly fell back into my green screen there, Jay, out of shock, because I was like, how was Kasalian missed that? How? Don't get me wrong, close margin, good at Pipifax to chase up, but boy, oh boy, is it hard to try and back Ira Legacy right now. They've got a good story going for them, but they don't make it easy.
Yeah, 2-2. All set up for Edelweiss. The fair comes in off the ceiling, off the backboard. Kasanian puts it back down, and an interception from Batoya puts it inside the box instead. Tooth challenge, demoing out Mirror. Kasanian gets the 100 boost, trying to set up the offensive. They bump one player, they bump two players out of defensive. Tap down, chance available. Turn that ball off high once again. Third man coming in to challenge it, and will keep it inside the danger zone, but outside of the box and well away from the offense. It will be a clear out for Severa, and Edelweiss will maintain possession as they pass forward and try and get an attack going.
Pipfax has to be careful with those punches into the corner between the ceiling and the wall on the wide, because it could just turn into a pass. He's not got a 100% guarantee that that is safe. It could just work on into Edelweiss's hands if they predict that. That was a little scary for a moment to go for that decision when our Legacy have been so strong.
34 seconds, and that strength can carry into a goal if they get that opportunity. It's bounced off the sideboard. Pipfax turning it into the box. The Fair's got enough breathing room to take the defense on it. Kasanian hunting for his 100 boost chance. Will have to pass back to Tooth. Rotating away, coming in, demo out. That throws him off though. That opens up the net, and that's a third for Edelweiss at the very last moment.
Kasanian should have never originally came off the wall there way back when. And that indecision really cost him. He needed to follow along the wall and go into challenge the Fair very close into the corner. That would allow time for the second man to come on in, and then perhaps they could get a very aggressive goal on that. Especially when, you know, they've got the third man who's going to be more in the defensive position. Oh, Mirror with that little step in as well was very nice. But the final few seconds, it's all or nothing.
Kasanian up to challenge. The Fair beats him, sends it well and truly over to the Ira Legacy half. Edelweiss need to let this hit the floor to take the game and the series. Tooth trying to keep it alive, but it doesn't happen at all. Ira Legacy with a hell of an effort, but it wasn't enough in this case. Going down 0-3. Edelweiss, another flawless series, another flawless set so far here in the TCS Esports League. 4-0 up now at the top of the table.
And whilst it might be 3-0 towards Edelweiss, whilst Ira Legacy will be going away, you know, with a shutout loss today, they're going to be going 1-3 into the table. They have shown themselves to be a strong contender, and they just got to keep their heads high. Like I said, the game plan they had today was great. Every now and then there was a little bit of a slip up in decision making, and it's more about trying to be reserved and being careful of what Edelweiss can do. So it's more out of fear of what your opponent can do. But if they can keep up with this current play style and just grind it on out, like I said, playing more free play, just playing more, they are going to be such a strong team that perhaps not this season, Jay, because it might be a little bit too soon. But who knows about next season? Ira Legacy could be a massive threat.
Well, they'll still be with roughly on that borderline of 6th and 7th. So they still have themselves a middle sort of table position. So they can still try and make a run in the playoffs during the online portion, if that's even possible for them at this stage. So, you know, I still think that for Ira Legacy, they're looking really good. And against Edelweiss, to keep them as close as it was for that game 1 and 2 especially, I'm liking what I'm seeing here from this team. So Edelweiss still walk away with the win of this stage. So they take the victory. They take that 4th series to their board. And we're going to hear from Mirror after the short break. So do not go anywhere as the TCS Esports League rolls on after this. Well, welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're being joined by Mira here from Edelweiss. His team just took a 3-0 above Ira Legacy. Seeing a lot of sweeps today, Bacon, and Edelweiss going to add more to the tally. Although the quality of the games themselves do not indicate it was a one-sided affair. So Mira, talk to me a little bit about that matchup. The qualities of Ira Legacy especially. They kept you on the ropes for a couple of times. Tell me what happened when they were equal against you.
They had a really good team play. They played really solidly together. So yeah, we might have been come back, but we still managed to play our game. Still got the game on our side, but they definitely didn't play bad and had a really good play as a team and really solid.
So does that give you, I guess, does that encourage you for your chances this season, or does that discourage you a little bit? Because when you've got teams like our Legacy right now, currently sitting 7th in league play, and they looked that close to being able to take off a game, and then from there, what about series, because they're all very close games. So the quality of TCS is so high now. Does that excite you for a competition perspective, or does that make you, I guess, a little bit nervous? What's the emotions going on for you right now when you've got opponents that are mid-table and being able to do work against the strongest team in Switzerland?
I mean, as a player, I think all I want is to play. So it gives me motivation because we face teams that are getting better and better. And yeah, so we just keep motivation to play. And today, especially, the mood in the team was pretty good. We were laughing in the chat. It was a cool game to play. So when there is times like that, it just gives you motivation to get better and try to get the win. So definitely getting motivation, and not. I don't see why it would discourage us as players. All we want is to play good. So.
For you guys, as Baker mentioned, you probably are the top team in the league, in terms of quality. But in terms of the table, you guys are still behind in terms of tiebreakers. Coming into today, you were third place, and thinking a 3-game difference, I think, between you and the Coconuts at the top end of the table. So for you, looking at the current results here, do you feel that that's the appropriate top 3 standing, or do you feel like when you come to face against Slightly Salty and Coconuts, you can be able to just destroy them and reclaim your spot at the top end of the table? Is it just tiebreakers that are making those differences, or is there something more to it?
I don't think tiebreakers really means a lot. Since we if we don't play them, we can't know. But yeah, we won't destroy them, that's for sure. But I think we have to be really careful about that. But yeah, definitely the tiebreakers doesn't mean a lot. We're not scared about that. Now, yeah, we're third now, and maybe we'll be first in 2 weeks. Maybe we'll be 5th. I don't know. We're just excited to play the best team, so we'll have the answer to that question.
Well, then straight up, if you're excited to play and Slightly Salty next week, currently 3-0, like you were yourself today, and possibly, depending upon the results against Sparks today, could be 4-0 and top in the group, possibly there. We don't know the results of that, of course. Are you excited to play against them, and how do you think that match is going to go? Are you already preparing game plans for Slightly Salty? What's going on in the Edelweiss camp for that matchup?
We're not really preparing game plans, but yeah, Slightly Salty, they look pretty strong. Jeju is a pretty good player, team as well. I think we just focus on just playing calm and trying to get that good mood we had today, and trying to get that onto next week. But yeah, no particular plan, just trying to play like we can play, because we know we can play good and we know we can beat them. Now, I think that would be pretty surprising, so still being careful about that.
We'll see whether there are any surprises next week in store for you guys against the Slightly Salty side. That will be our second match of the day in next week's action. For today, you guys are taking the victory 3-0 against Ira Legacy. Congrats, Mira, and thank you so much for joining us here on the interview. And as well as that, Bacon, we're going to get to see Slightly Salty in action next as our final matchup on stream, as they take on the side that took Edelweiss the distance last week in Sparks. Do not go anywhere. That matchup is coming up after the break.
Feel the thunder shake the open ground. Won't give in, I'm fighting for the crown. Heavy clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. No, got a feeling, shiver in my bones.
Salut zusammen, ich bin wieder da. Ihr seid sicher gespannt. Dafür ist auch jetzt Sparks 10-mal besser.
And welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're getting into our final matchup of match day number 4. We just seen Edelweiss, the favourites in the tournament, take out the likes of Ira Legacy, and now the team that took them the distance in a 5-game bonanza last week will now look to take on the current, not quite table leaders, but definitely close to that factor, and at least they were at the beginning of the day. Slightly salty on to take on this absolute behemoth of a team, because, again, Sparks, they're looking real solid. Maybe on the table it might not speak amazing sort of results for them. They are just in the middle of their top 5, but they did go to 5 games against Edelweiss, which is the most that any team has done so far this season.
And that's it. You just got to look. Again, Edelweiss, first of all, being able to then take down Vision Gaming and taking down My Insanity for Spark. So that's the acceptable loss there. That's the expected loss. On Slightly Salty, taking down Vision Gaming, taking down My Insanity, and taking down the Swiss Incredible Rebels. So whilst My Insanity and Vision Gaming are your expected wins there for them, taking down the Swiss Incredible Rebels back in week 1 sort of showed their caliber. And I mean, talking about caliber, let's talk about this team. Timo, Carbo, and Juju. Whilst Carbo's the unknown quantity in that team, akin to both Frenchmen of Accra and Latix and Batu over on Edelweiss, we know what Timo and Juju can do, and that is a powerful roster, isn't it?
Yeah, Juju has so many highlight plays in some of the early, like Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, realms. Like, back then, like, he was a real good player. All 5, yeah. There's, like, in previous seasons, he's had such great standout moments and great highlight plays, and just generally, like, having a really good basis to work off of that. I've been excited for whatever team he joins, because I've been very excited just to see how well that contests, how well that team can be able to pull off, especially when he has his talent levels on point. So I'm looking at this, and I'm excited to see what he can do in the context of this lineup. Again, I have not seen much of what Slightly Salty been able to pull off lately, and in this particular matchup, like, I feel like that they're up against this team that have really come out of the gates flying. Like the addition of Banana Man and Martin around the likes of Squixel has aided this Spark side to become a really decent roster on paper and in terms of results.
So again, Martin. So we know Squixel from previous seasons, doing great work on Sparks. We know Banana Man from the British scene, don't we? And then Martin sort of surprised us all last week. So within the Swiss community, they know him, but within the rest of Europe, he's sort of like one of those old guards from the very early 2015 and 2016, like Gfinity days, Jay. So that was always a surprise to us. And so coming back, just showing that this is more him wanting to get back into the esport and seeing the national level and actually looking excited to play again. Sparks have got all the potentials and the makings, what with the 2 veterans technically in both Banana Man and Martin, alongside that just raw talent coming through from Squixel, that they are making a great charge for top 4. We're being reserved in saying top 4 here, because, you look at the calibers of the team. But when you're looking at the teams, you're thinking Coconut and Edelweiss are easily your top 2, or so you put them down as that. But when you've got Slightly Salty, Letiex, Sparks, perhaps the return of Lausanne, perhaps the continuous rise of Ira Legacy, throwing Sir as well to that, the third to sixth is a crazy land grab, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think for Sparks, a great victory above Slightly Salty will put them on the top end of that land grab at this stage. So it's a very important result, I want to say, for them. And not a result I'm going to absolutely bank on them being able to take, but a match that you could very easily try and, that you could try and make a run for. You can expect this to be a match in which they, what's the word? I think that a match in which they can at least go the distance on. I think that they can take it to game 5, but it's a case of just securing that 5th game to try and take a result against Slightly Salty, which also would throw them out of the top 3 race right now between them, the Coconutters, and the Edelweiss side. So for Sparks, there's a lot that they can grab if they can take a victory here.
Yeah, there definitely is. And you say take them out of the top 3 contention. I think we're too early in the season here for Slightly Salty to be taken out of top 3 contention purely because, we're only on week 4 of 9. And from what we've seen previously, teams are not, safe from dropping a game. If we go back to last season, it was 8-1s for both Edelweiss and Coconutters, and it came down to a 5-game differential between the two, but both teams losing 1 game. If you're remembering, the beautiful trifecta between Edelweiss, Coconutters, and Lausanne, each taking out one another, which is really cool to see. I feel we're getting a very similar story this season that Edelweiss will drop 1 game, or 1 series, at some point. It's just to who is the better question. And today, when we look at this series, I honestly could not pick a winner, when we look at predictions, because there's such close competition.
Agreed. I like the idea that there might be a huge underdog upset ahead of a team like a Sparks, for example. Sparks have already had their opportunity and they've gotten real close. I think for me, just off the basis of what we've seen so far, the most likely team to take the victory on that respect is probably the Coconutters. But that's a story for another day. Right now in this particular matchup, Sparks and Slightly Salty are up against each other, and I just want to ask you for a quick prediction, Bacon. Who do you think is going to be the overall best squad today?
I can't make that prediction. I do not know. I do not have the answers.
I'm still going to force you.
All I know
I'm still going to force
is that
you.
Sparks are in the black and Slightly Salty in the white.
I'm still going to press you for a prediction, Bacon. Oh, well, I guess that's probably going to help you.
I'm not allowed to respond to you on stream. I want to curse at you.
Well, first on the ball for Slightly Salty, so they've got themselves that start up here in game 1 at least.
That they have. So I'm just trying to calm down. We're under the sea, it's very relaxed, and I just need some whale noises, and there they are.
Well, shots continuing to come through from the Slightly Salty camp as Sparks fall flat on their backsides very early on in this game. They've been pushed over, and Salty get themselves 2 big opening goals.
Do you think that Slightly Salty, especially off the back of Juji there, trying to say, you want to predict us, that's what you want to do, Bacon? 2 quick goals like that, that's nuts. And of course, gives them a massive advantage. I know it's only game 1, and you shouldn't take a massive amount away from game 1 here, Jay, because, game 2 is when you really see both teams into their proper form. But game 1's still a point to win, it's still one of the best of 5.
Well, nice demo in from Squixel, opened up the line for Banana Man. He couldn't quite aggress quite far forward enough, so it's not going to happen towards an attacking phase. And Juju set to the right-hand side, ball off the backboard into the center line, turned away by Banana and Squixel in the end. Carbo still pressing the issue, still looking for a shot and gets close towards landing one. With how close they got towards the net on the 2 goals here, they can't really afford to let Slightly Salty get as close up as they have been so far. Ball high off the ceiling, Carbo beaten into the next player as Squixel challenge on Juju. Juju moves up to try and find Carbo in the front field, but Timo in the back lines will clear up. That's a demo in, directly on target for an open net. 3-0 for Slightly Salty.
And Juju getting involved in every single goal here is nuts. Admittedly, won't be able to score them all, but the pass and the demo is crazy.
Ball into the corner, and Sparks trying to find trying to figure out a way in which they can counteract the situation that they've been found themselves in. Juju dribbling plays up towards the offensives, demos out Squixel. Martin and Banana Man here on the center and side lines, but can't find the goal that they set up. Ball bounce out. Timo looking for a defensive and will find it. Another man coming in to try and contest it, but it's not going to happen for him. Martin also shoved out of the way. Carbo bounced out, touched in, ball off the backboard, unable to find the goal still.
So, hot take, Jay. Timo was rocking that Llama Fortnite decal, and I have to say I do like that decal. Like, the colours are quite nice. Like, pink and blue works, yo.
Oh, yeah.
That's why he's not in the white of his team right there, because that's a fit color decal. You can't change that up.
I'm about to heavily disagree with you on that one, but that's a conversation for later, because 4-0.
No taste. That's it.
No, of course not.
It's so striking. And talk about striking this Carbo.
Yeah, goal being found by him. 2 so far in this game, and 4-0. They are dismantling Sparks. Slightly salty. Slightly solid. Maybe a lot more solid than Sparks at this moment. Shots continue. Defensive does hold out here, but down by a margin of 4. If Sparks want to turn this around, they've got to start right here, right now, and get something geared up. Carbo can only go so far for it. Banana Man onto the backboard. Second player unable to come through with a shot, so Carbo can just take it back to his own side. Shot off backboard into the next player. No, turned it away towards the corner.
Where do we begin with Sparks here? Because 4-0, again, like I said, it's just game 1, but 4-0 is quite outstanding to me. It just straight up, slightly salty, came in to do work, and they have thoroughly done it. There's not been a moment really to breathe for Sparks, and they just seem so under pressure continuously.
Banana Man beaten, Juju grabbing 100 boost. Carbo up, Squixel beaten off the ceiling crease. Juju will move forward again. Challenged by Martin, challenge on one player. Banana Man trying to receive this. Timo and Juju beaten. Squixel challenged by Carbo. Martin now has control, but can he beat out any of the other players? No, they're just shutting them down whenever they try and get any sort of like spooled up offensive, whenever they set anything up with a dribble play or a contentious move forward. It's always been like just taken away by Slightly Salty with one simple like just face forward, touch out, whatever. 60 seconds to the board, and Sparks really don't know where to go from here in game 1. Like you mentioned, it is obviously the first game blues, but it's a pretty one-sided scoreline to start off of the series, so it can't help their mentality.
Yeah, and the last 2 minutes where we haven't seen a goal is not for a lack of bad gameplay. It is just Slightly Salty being a bit more withdrawn. Spike. Oh. Despite all that, they have just got a goal in Sparks, but this was always coming. This is just, to me anyway, Slightly Salty not wanting to play their aggressive game, you know, not give Sparks an opportunity to learn from it. Instead, they're just going to play very defensive, play it on out. They've already got the goals, and let their opponent aggress into them and just get a feel for how Sparks attack. It's going to be mind games at the end of this game 1, because again, game 2 is going to be a whole different affair.
15 seconds. Squixel challenged as Juju moves on with 20 points to boost. 10 seconds to the clock. Timo beating out another Martin, coming up and over Carbo. Suppressed the issue, but no time left, so this will be game 1. Going the way of Slightly Salty in dominating fashion. Now we look at the Sparks side. What do they have to do to adjust and turn this back to their favor? What do they got to do to make moves and start to improve things in game 2?
Well, it just they didn't have any momentum at the start. Pretty simple, Jay, and that meant Slightly Salty could just run circles around them. So they've got to keep fast, whilst also looking for passing plays between each other. Not passing plays to get to net, but just passing our defense to then move the ball downfield, because that's going to speed them up naturally. And at the same time, it's going to be harder for Slightly Salty to pick up the ball. Yes, Slightly Salty could adapt to doing interceptions and such, but that's a question. Can they get those interceptions right now? Because just sending the ball downfield, Slightly Salty have no issue with.
No issues challenging the Sparks side either. Again, whenever they've had ball control, It's always been taken away by Salty as soon as they get that chance, so needing to see a bit more of a contentious play here from the Sparks side, maybe a bit more of an opportunity for setup, slightly Salty. Serious favourites at the moment here, dominating game 1. In game 2, let's see if there's a change up off the back of the kickoff. It will be Timo and Martin taking those challenges, and demoing from Squixel will take out one player. Big miss of Carbo, but Martin going for the sideline boost, demoed out by Juju instead, so it's completely wasted, and Juju carries his momentum right forward into the offensive. Squixel there for a backboard defensive clear away, taking it underneath Timo. Have to leave it against Carbo. Challenge actually is pretty good for him, so Juju got to come forward and keep it in the grey half. No chance for Sparks to attack again. Continuous challenges at the midfield. Squixel be able to deny a counter. Banana Man coming in to try and continue the aggression, but off to the box here. Carbo will just be holding contention.
This is super awkward. Once again, you can see finally Sparks on attack, Jay, but they do not look confident to me. When I look over towards Slightly Salty, they're wanting these 50-50s. They're looking for a 50-50, which is going to turn into a goal scoring opportunity. They're looking to go in for that interception and then strike afterwards. You can see that from Timo. This is what I'm talking about. They're just waiting for that opportunity to arise.
Ooh.
And it was just patience. It was a waiting game for them. And it gave a sense of security, a sense of safety on over the wall Sparks. It was the great bait.
Yeah, Squixel giving it his best shout at getting that ball away from the defense, but not to happen in the end. Slightly Salty up by 1 in this early game. Martin with no boost to carry that offensive. Banana Man's going to try and contest in the midfield line, but it's not going to go that well for him. So again, the attack continues from the Salty side. Squixel getting close, being usurped by Carbo. Challenging onto Juju. Banana Man comes up, challenging another good player. Carbo can push it up and over. Martin here with ball control, blocks that in front of Carbo's position, needs to take control of that ball, can't let the Slightly Salty side continue on with this. Big misses from both players, that sets up Carbo and then to try and go for some sort of shot back, but no. Squixel turns it over to Martin next. Timo can contest, but only going so far.
I just love that Timo focusing on the boost there is so characteristic of him. My teammates will deal with it. I just care about the 100 in front of the net, and naturally his teammates are good enough to deal with it, but it just makes me giggle that Slightly Salty have got that heavy focus on attack, yet because of their pace, their raw speed, their defense is so clutch and so safe in so many ways.
And Carbo, 65 points to boost. Demo out of Martin will take Timo out of the play. Follow-up from Carbo is not even gonna be necessary. Good shot in, easy stuff. 2-0 now to the Salty board.
Squixel just looked like a deer in headlights there. He saw the ball lingering, it was just a little bit out of his reach, and then he saw the man coming to take the shot, and that is not a position you want to be in. And that's no hate towards Squixel. He had very little option to do there. He was just stuck in no man's land, and at one point you can say he's just unlucky, others you can just say the rotation was a little bit off, but yeah, right now, Sparks, but on the back foot once again, Jay, they've got to go hunting. They've got to try and take control of this game. And for me, it's going to be about trying to just keep the ball close to your chest. Nice aerial plays like this is fine from Banana Man, but he needs a second man on it. They've got to continuously be delivering it to each other, because as soon as they've got a bit of space in their game, it is just snatched away by Slightly Salty. How has that been allowed through? Carbo?
Good question. Let's take a look on the replay. Martin challenging, Banana Man coming up. Carbo was repositioning his car. I think he just got caught off guard there. I don't think he expected the shot to be inaccurate. I thought he might have thought it was going to go wide. Well, that's a way in. That's a start for this Sparks camp. So if they can continue the pressure right now, which they are doing, then this could be the turnaround moment here for Game 2.
Yeah, Carbo just in net trying to park his car like McGren tries to park hers. And it's just not good at all. I have no idea what came over. That's just a brain fart moment.
What is that analogy?
Go back, watch the replay. It's the smallest, tiniest little turnaround. Not really doing anything. And that is an insult, because he deserved it.
Setting up Martin to try and go for a play, but he didn't get up high enough in time. Squixel can follow suit onto the shot, turned away by Juju. Demo of Banana Man takes Timo out of the midfield. Him and Squixel getting involved with each other, they're getting in the way. Bump plays, Carbo challenging Martin, beats him. 3 points of boost up, just dribbled it past Squixel. It does get sent off to the side though. Challenge in, second player coming up. Juju keeps that play going. Banana Man's got to take the defensive. Oh, missed touch, that's awful, but he just recovers it from the backboard. Carbo up off the backboard. Martin coming in for a clear. Squixel challenge to the sideboard. And Juju sending it wide just to keep pressure in against the Sparks side. 38 seconds. And right now, Salty, the ones that are in control of the lead, if they can just stall for time, then they can keep this game under wraps. There are a couple of attempts coming through from the Sparks camp. Squixel, in particular, 50 points of boost, trying to get this out of the corner, but is unable to do so. Carbo up, Demo in a Banana Man. Takes the man down. Martin will send it out to the midfield as well. 12 seconds. Final countdown ensuing. Timo with all the control in the world. Unable to score the goal off the back of it. Last chance attack now, but it goes right in the path of Juju once again. Banana Man back at square one. Sending to Martin. Missed touch on the ball. Carbo tries to get it to the floor. It's kept in play by Squixel. Sideboard bounce. Eventually hits the floor. Slightly salty. Take game two.
And that puts Sparks in a very dangerous position because, Jay, whilst you can say it finished 2-1, Slightly Salty controlled that final minute game, and whilst they were in many goal scoring opportunities, it was more a case, as you saw from them throwing the ball down into the corner, that they didn't necessarily want to score. If the opportunity is great for them to take, like you saw Carbo at the end, where he doesn't need to run out the clock anymore, they'll go towards net. Otherwise, it's just throwing it into the corner, stealing the boost away, making life difficult for Sparks. Again, Slightly Salty playing a very oppressive game in those final moments. Different to the very passive and defensive game that we saw at the end of game one. But them just changing up their style slightly, which for me is intriguing, because when I think of Timo and the way he wants to lead this team, it's not a case like, he doesn't want to show his whole hand, doesn't want to give Sparks time to adjust their aggressive plays. He doesn't think like that. This is going to be more them just changing up their style as they see fit on the pitch.
2-0 up for Slightly Salty, and Sparks to fall apart in this game would definitely temper the situation for them, considering what we saw from them last week. Game 3 for the Slightly Salty side, looking pretty good, pretty dominant so far. Carbo, the ceiling, pinching it inside that box. Squixel pinching with his teammate, sending it very far out of position. Up off the backboard into the corner. Banana Man contesting Timo, saying, are you going to go for that ball? Because I want it just as much as Martin wants it as well. Sends that one to the box. Banana Man there with the demo. Carbo challenging Timo, back up behind him. Squixel into the box. Will need to hold the defensive alongside Banana Man off the ceiling. He'll try to take dribble, but whiffs it entirely. Squixel demoed, open net. Martin's got a challenge. He's got to get this save in, and Banana Man just barely holds it away from contention. That shot, however, could have been connected wholeheartedly.
Could have. Probably should have, Jay, but it's not going to happen today. 45 seconds into this one. Slightly Salty looking again, the more aggressive, the more controlling team, but Sparks, good opportunities now, but they need to focus on pressure first. They need to look to control this ball down in their opponent's half. They can't let it run down into theirs, and they've just given control on over towards Juju. All that work is now for nothing.
Martin up into the midfield line. Carbo contesting, no points to boost. Banana Man sends that off to the right-hand corner. Challenge on. Juju missing touch. Barely maintaining control. Teammates got to come in and bail him out. Martin also can't get a touch in of his own right. Squixel, last man back in the back line. Carbo can beat him. Backboard touch. Second not going to be allowed. Timo is bumped out of the way. Now Banana Man's got to give chase, but one player gets involved as he barely struggles to maintain control. Shot close. Carbo defends it. Sent it up towards the box. Where's the second man? Nowhere to be seen. Sparks generating opportunities, but there's always something missing every single time.
Yeah, and at the same time, when you look at Slightly Salty, whilst being in a lot of control here, they've not been able to find a goal themselves. The connection just not coming through with the final man to have a finishing touch. shots put on like this are fine to gain ground, but they need to do good on it. And Carbo's just confused Juju a little bit there. Timo needs to set us up for a pass, but he's just gone wide. Banana Man with the pass out was not confident as well. He's handed that on over. Sparks need to start to try and walk the ball out of their defense instead of just hit and hoping it.
Well, pinch away off the backboard play. Carbo can get back in time. Martin's going to try for something here. Backboard set up. Second man again. Nowhere to be seen for Sparks. Timo can counter alongside Carbo, taking a shot a bit wide of the marker. Juju following up here with a touch in with his lack of boost. Bumping one player out of the way, but only going so far as that bump play. No secondary challenge. We still squared up at 0 apiece. Ball out towards that corner. Carbo trying to take control. Flick up above Banana Man. Squixel backing up of his own right into the backboard, off to the corner and side. Juju, 23 points to boost, dribbling down. Banana Man challenging another. Squixel up, demos out. Carbo recognizing that danger. Opens up a chance for Martin, but can't get back before Juju does.
No, he can't. 0-0 still, Jay. And finally, Sparks with the possibility to turn it around. Their defense really stepped on up, but they're going to be needed once again as Banana Man does get that away. Juju, great setup, but Carbo was so low, coming in so late to that. Timo needs to slow us down. He needs to hold on to his ball. He needs to give time for his teammates to get back, whilst at the same time, his teammates need to grab boost and take them away from Sparks. They cannot be allowed to gain boost here. And you can see Martin just perfectly trying to set that up in middle, but no one from Sparks there to finish it off.
100 points of boost. Timo missed. Martin taking control. Flick up, beats one. Oh, high off the backboard. He just tips it past the line. Pinching off the crossbar. Damn near went out of the net, but Martin stuck around and he finally scores the first lead for Sparks.
Very good follow-up to secure that as well from Martin. Just read it very nicely. If he had put it a little bit higher, that would have been super difficult to finish off. But alas, 1 minute left. 1 goal in it. Can Slightly Salty bring it back to continue the full sweep to put them top of the table, Jay? That would be an incredible thought right now.
Stop from Squixel. No boost left. There's a shot from Martin again. Where's Banana Man? Third man invitation, but he's not going to go ahead and commit towards the ball. Wait back in case they get on a counter-attack, which is exactly what they do. Getting out for Martin's part as he gets back into that back line. Almost taking a secondary goal. If they could do that, they put that cushion between them and Slightly Salty and look to take away this game as a result. The counter-attacks are inbound. Martin off and off to the Slightly Salty half. Banana Man to receive it in the midfield line. Juju, bounce out, Squixel demoed. Chance for Carbo, needs backup. 10 seconds remaining, it goes sailing right past that ball. Martin with control, flicks it up. Teammate to receive, no. Juju to take control, keeping it high. Carbo, touch out, backboard. Second man not being received. That ball gets sent right back over to Slightly Salty's half, but it's kept in the air for the moment. Martin down into Carbo's control, dribble up, Timo looking to open up a line, flick back on target, too high, second man not arriving, and Sparks stay alive.
Such an interesting game in this. A single goal game, Jay. How rare are they?
Not that rare actually now that I think about it, but like...
What are you talking about? They're incredibly rare.
Well, a single goal differential, they're not that bad. A single goal game, right?
That's a single goal,
pretty
yes,
rare.
is what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. I thought you were talking about something different.
Sorry,
but you're right.
I should ready up. I'm holding everyone up. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
are the one holding
in
everyone
astonishment.
up. Well, listen, Sparks are giving themselves a bit of an effort here, but Slightly Salty are proving what they can do when they get their own way so far in this series.
And Sparks can keep it up. It's going to be this very, very awkward Rocket League to continue, and I can't really pinpoint where it is where Sparks is causing it, because there's got to be the clear change-up. The way that Slightly Salty have changed, where they just cannot finish off their plays, has got to be them way too spaced out, not having the boost to go up high to finish off, you know, the backboard passes, which I can only think, you know, you don't choose to not go up for a backboard pass. It's purely coming off the fact that Sparks have picked up a lot of control over the boost and are forcing issues in the rotations for Slightly Salty. So Sparks are putting in the work, but it's the hidden, nuanced aspects of the game.
Well, on the offensive here for the Sparks side, down into the back line, Squixel will go. Turned away from as Banana Man tries to challenge on the Juju's part. We'll grab that 100 boost as Carbo continues the attacking force here. Up high, bounce out, dunk down, too far wide from Juju.
Again, that put Juju got there eventually, and I mean, someone from Sparks should have finished it off, to be honest, but it wasn't that threatening a shot putting on down. But the pass on up should have been met a lot sooner, but no one has got boost in time. Again, it's like completely out of sync for Slightly Salty. They're expecting a very fast game, and a double commit like that probably not going to be incredibly costly. As I say that, Martin nearly wins a 50-50. But yeah, Slightly Salty are just not in sync with one another, and that is a massive issue because of the way they want to play is so, you know, quick and snappy with one another with these passing plays off the back of very long dribbles downfield. If they don't have a man to finish it off very quickly, the ball's just going to linger above them there and never be finished off.
Squixel demoing out one, Martin holding contest, 2 players up, challenged. Banana Man sends that one well out of position. Squixel challenging Timo. Timo beats out him and Banana Man. Carbo comes up with the offensive line dribble plays, beating out 2 players. Can't pinch it in. And no one can follow it up either, so Slightly Salty, slightly scrappy right now. No goals being scored again as we approach that halftime. This one might become another single goal game. But who is going to score that all-important goal? Sparks have kept themselves held in a much more confident line, but they've generated so few offensive opportunities here.
That they have. As we move to the halfway mark, Jay, is coming down to perhaps once again another 1-goal scenario we have to see. But these 2 teams, both squads, will know each other by now, I would assume, fairly well, just from looking over the games from previous match days and from playing on the pitch for this long in Game 4. They've sort of tried to get a game plan. You know, they've made the adaptations they need to do. Sparks, you can see, want to bring it in close, make it uncomfortable for Slightly Salty. Slightly Salty just want a good counter, and that is all they're asking for, but just cannot find it.
Big miss from Banana Man. I thought that was on, but Squixel able to recover it. Martin demoed out Timo, slowing the ball down. Squixel just comes out with a straight aggressive challenge, and Banana Man looks to give chase downfield. Carbo getting involved. Don't get away to the sidelines. Juju passing towards Carbo's position. Squixel grabbing control of the ball. Not grabbing that boost though, so can't carry it into the counter attack. Needs to rely on his teammates, and Juju looks to shut down its momentum. Banana Man comes up with those 2 touches. Timo back up in the midfield, sends it wide. Squixel can receive. Carbo can respond. Off to the corner, backboard touch. Second touch not being found. Second player is being found. Bumping players out of the defensive line, but still the ball's not accurate enough. And Slightly Salty just don't go past the line. Squixel could though. Ball set up. It's shot in from the backfield. Sparks find the opener again.
Right now, Sparks going to be taking one deep breath and holding it for 58 seconds. That's how they're going to get into Game 5, is just perseverance, not blinking, not flinching, control, but that nearly was a nightmare. They clutch it up and Martin gets an incredible save. Good Cook's pinch coming out from Squixel to get ground and try and take control of this once again.
Getting it downfield, not quite on target. Timo challenging on the Squixel. Juju moves up, Banana Man. Demoed out defensive, but it's still off the post. Follow up from Carbo's 2 off angle. He'll try and recover it, find his teammates. The shot is good, but Banana Man gets that save and keeps us alive for the moment. 20 seconds, clock is ticking. Slightly Salty know it. Squixel continues to clear. Juju continues to shoot back. Banana Man beaten by Carbo, but he can only take that to the corner, not to the center. We'll try for a shot off the back of it. Timo and Juju combine. position, and they shoot underneath the last defender to take us to 1-1 at 9.
But you can see communication is so fractured there. Teemo's got no reason to be darting there. If he was going for the defender, I would understand. But right there, he's going for ball. Juju had it, and thank God Juju had it, because that would have been a very difficult shot to put on from Teemo. So you can see the lads are panicked right now and aren't making the right choices. Slightly Salty are in a very difficult position.
Overtime looming. Sparks take us the distance. I believe our first overtime of the day as well, Bacon.
No, we've had an overtime earlier.
Which one was that? I can't remember.
Don't make me go through Wikipedia, but we have.
All right, fine. We'll just play out. Squixel off the corner. Carlo off the backboard. Martin beaten. Banana Man coming forward in the midfield line, challenging that ball. Going off the corner, trying to get a ceiling shot in.
OT, 1 minute 5 seconds.
Oh, yes. You're
Sorry,
right.
My
you're
OCD
right, yeah.
would have kicked in there. Sorry.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'm sure many people at home as well were like, when was that OT? I must know. Fellow OT gremlins, I'm sorry.
Ooh, almost ended below that marker.
That's
Indeed,
it.
it will end with a series for Slightly Salty. Sparks fought so hard, but some last-second mistakes made in the regulation time of this last game. Slightly Salty go up 3-1. Sparks gave it the good old college try, but in the end, it was a bit too much for them to handle.
And if they dropped that OT, Slightly Salty, they wouldn't have survived. Sparks would have taken the game 5. You can feel the flow of the game, and just that it wouldn't have been possible. There's no coming back from that. The tides would have turned, and them picking it up right there with all the frustration in play, it's just they've clutched that. That was their only winning scenario.
Yeah, I would say so. Slightly Salty's a clutch, a clutch at the end of the day. Like, Sparks really held it together towards the end of it, and I honestly thought that they were going to come in clutch with a reverse sweep. It felt like they were with those single goal differentials, but it didn't quite come up at the end of the day. Slightly Salty with a really, really good showing. They did lose a game, though, so that might throw things into a contention when it comes to the tiebreakers up in the top end of the table. But we'll find out that as we look to round out the day here. We'll find out how the tables work up in a short few moments' time. But before that, we have to speak to Juju, I think, over from the Slightly Salty side as we get ready for an interview after the short break. Don't go anywhere. TCS Esports League will wrap up after this. Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're joined by Juju at this stage here. His team, Slightly Salty, just managed to beat out Sparks in a 3-1 series to round out the day here. Congratulations on the win. Another one to add to your tally. Although a game loss in that one did indicate a little bit of a slowdown. Like, we and Bacon were sort of calling the reverse sweep because it felt like you guys kind of lost a little bit of your confidence. So tell me what happened in games 3 and 4.
I would say we weren't really confident with Timo mechanically. We kind of missed what we were not used to miss. So I don't know. I think they scored the goal. It was their first shot. We just didn't score what we had to score. We had 7 shots. They had only 1. And yeah, they were more realistic in this game. And yeah, it is what it is. And yeah, it was kind of the same game in game 5, but we got it and we tried not to overcommit this time because all the goals from the game number 4, well, it was only 1 goal, but it was due to an overcommit. So yeah.
And a lot of the goals coming through were due to overcommits, to mistakes of Slightly Salty. And the reason why I was so frustrated, you heard it when we came in, was just what was going on with the comms there, dude? Because it just felt like the team was starting to crack. And I said it on broadcast, if you didn't take that game 4, I wouldn't see you taking that series. So good that you took that game 4, don't get me wrong. But what was going on in comms? Because there were so many double commits in that game 4. There was so much of a lack of going up for the ball. You guys just did not seem to be a team anymore. Game 1, fantastic. Game 2, super solid. But games 3 and 4, it just sort of fell to pieces. What was going on in comms?
It was a bit like, come on, go in! And yeah, we everybody went to the ball to try it. Yeah, I think once we started, they started to defend our shots and we missed it. We took a bit of the pressure and doubted, I would say. We weren't confident like we were during the 2 first games, and yeah, he just lost the confidence and couldn't go back to the solidity we had before.
Well, earlier today we were talking with Mirroring, and he was saying, we were talking about the 3-horse race right now between yourselves, Coconutters, and Edelweiss, and talking about how right now the top end of the table is tied by is broken by like tiebreakers. Now you guys lost a game in that series, which I think puts you tied with Coconutters in terms of the win-loss record and the games overall. But obviously, as the season progresses, there might be losses in result of that might separate all 3 of those teams. So, like, out of all 3 of those squads, where do you see Slightly Salty sitting in that top 3?
I see Slightly Salty finish second. It's a high objective, it's a high expectation, but I think we can try it. I think we can do it. We will have to show more next time against Edelweiss, but I think we are able to do this.
Yeah, I can see Bacon getting really antsy about
first?
that.
With Edelweiss next week, who's first? If you think you're coming second. What about that match? That's the big one right there.
That's the big one. First, we'll have to train a lot, but yeah, I feel something right now. I feel the energy coming, and I think we can get
Give
the
us them vibes. We love it.
Well, in terms of preparation for that matchup next week against Edelweiss, I wanted to ask you, like obviously you suspect that you want to take the victory overall, and you could be a contender to be that team that puts the upset victory against that Edelweiss camp. But in terms of how you're going to read this opposition, what you're going to do to prepare for it, how are you going to approach that match?
At first, we will try to fix what happened today. The lack of confidence we had in the middle of the BO. So we try not to lose confidence, to be ready from game 1 to game 5 if we will go to game 5, no matter what happened. And like stay solid. And as you said, we weren't like a team during game 3 and 4. We were disorganized. And yeah, organize ourselves, learn to understand how we play ourselves. I would say we still need to work on it. And if we train properly, I think it will go well.
We're looking forward to see how well it goes at this stage. Bacon, do you have anything else you want to add? You look like you have something to say.
No, that's it for me. I'm just looking at chat and thinking that how do you wrangle your two teammates together? Because oof.
All right, well, we'll let Juju go ahead and unwrangle them here. Of course, his team taking out the victory against Sparks 3-1 and to close out the day of the TCS Esports League. Congratulations to you. We'll see you in next week's match against Slightly Salty. Sorry, you are Slightly Salty against Edelweiss. It's getting late. I've been doing this for about 12 hours straight now. So we're going to look to close out the show. Juju, thank you so much for joining us. And again, good luck in your matchup. So Bacon, there you go. Our match today, number 4, has completed itself. To recap the day, just to bring to you exactly how we saw things going down over the course of the day, we saw Lausanne sweep My Insanity, get their first victory of the league on the board. Vision Gaming, not so lucky against the Coconutters, went down at 0-3. Letty X beat the Sir side at 3-1. Edelweiss swept Ira Legacy in a relatively competent and close 3-0. And Sparks tried to pull off the reverse sweep against Slightly Salty, but was shut down in game 4, getting a 3-1 result at the end of the day. To leave your standings as follows: the Coconutters, Slightly Salty, Edelweiss, all tied up in that top 3 position right now with plus 10 games on the difference between Coconutters and Slightly Salty and plus 9 for Edelweiss. So a single game separates those 3 particular teams. In 4th place is Letty X, Sparks taking the 5th place position. Lausanne, Ira Legacy, and Sir in 6th and 7th tied up respectively. In 9th place is My Insanity and Vision Gaming, both teams yet to get a win on the board here. Bacon, what do you make of all that?
For me right now, when I look at it, Letty X had a massive win today. That puts them into a little bit of safety when you consider Sparks are currently 2-2 in 5th place. Lausanne topping the 1-win gang, I guess, in 6th. So there's like a little bit of safety there for Letty X. Sparks as well are comfortably holding up mid-pack about where they want to be and, well, at least where we expect them to be. Of course, they'll always want to go higher. And when you look towards Lausanne topping those 1 wins, Ira Legacy have shown a lot of skill. Swiss Incredible Rebels have shown a lot of skill as well. So this is going to be such a super tough battle for 5th and 6th. That Sparks currently being 2-2 could be a massive point for them going into the next 5 weeks, because we still have so much Rocket League to play out.
Indeed, and speaking of 5 weeks, week 5, play day 5 comes up to you at the same time, same place at next Monday, and in that week's action, we will have Sparks taking on the Coconutters, trying to get another good upset victory against another team that's also in the top 3. I've noticed actually they've taken in the last 3 weeks, the last couple of weeks, and in next week they'll take on all 3 of the teams that are currently undefeated at the top end of that table on the Sparks side. So maybe they can finally pull off an upset over there. Definitely some staunch opposition in the Coconutters to start off the day. We mentioned Edelweiss versus Slightly Salty. That's going to be my pick for matchup of the week next week. Vision Gaming taking on Lausanne, Letty X against My Insanity, and Ira Legacy versus Sir. What do you think of the best matches of that lineup, Carl Bacon?
You're going for Edelweiss versus Slightly Salty, and I'm just going your mainstream. You know, for me, the true Chad of TCS, it's got to be Ira Legacy versus the Swiss Incredible Rebels. The last match on broadcast is going to not only sort of solidify one of those 2 teams into a top 6 position, but these are the underdogs, the wildcard pick teams. We've seen them each and every season as being that wildcard pick. And who's going to be the wildest? We'll have to find on out.
You talk about being mainstream and you pick the last game on the stream, as you always do. It seems, Bacon. you always do that. It's like a boxing card. Last match of the night, got to be the main event. Easy. It's got to be match of the day. For me, my honourable mention has got to be Sparks versus Coconutters. I'm excited to see whether Sparks can form themselves up against another top team. They've already done it against Edelweiss. I think they've still got a potential to do so again. But that all takes place in next week's action on Monday, the 26th of April at 7 p.m. CEST. I'm still, the time zone switch is still messing with me at this stage, Bacon. Yeah, I still can't figure it out. But yes, 7 p.m. CEST on twitch.tv/TCS Esports League, where all the action will be broadcast. But for tonight, we have to bid you all adieu, because that's all we have time for. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator, Digital Bacon, and all the other production staff and admins behind the scenes here at TCS Esports League, we want to thank you all so much for watching and for listening. And we'll see you back here next week for our 5th match day of Season 6 of the TCS Esports League.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.